Venturing into forgotten spaces, the chilling stories of abandoned park structures are explored. An unsettling journey is undertaken into urban decay, where the echoes of past lives are deeply felt. My name is Daniel Sterling. In my day-to-day life, I am a man of logic, of precise measurements and predictable outcomes. As a structural engineer for a prominent firm in Richmond, my world is composed of concrete, steel, and the unwavering laws of physics. I design buildings to withstand hurricanes and earthquakes, finding comfort in the certainty of stress, load calculations, and the tangible reality of a blueprint. My colleagues see me as dependable, methodical, and perhaps a bit dull. They wouldn't be wrong. I thrive on order and predictability. The wilderness, however, is my one sanctioned escape from that rigid world. It's a different kind of system, one with its own ancient, unwritten rules, but a system nonetheless. I'm not a thrill seeker, I'm an observer. I hike to disconnect from the man-made world and plug into something more fundamental. The Appalachian Trail has always been my sanctuary. For years, I have spent my weekends methodically sectioned, hiking the Virginian stretch, finding a profound peace in the rhythm of my own footsteps and the whispering canopy of the Green Tunnel. I was experienced, well-equipped, and prided myself on my self-sufficiency. I had faced down unexpected blizzards, navigated by compass in dense fog, and had a close encounter with a territorial black bear. I respected the wild, but I did not fear it in a superstitious way. Fear, to me, was a rational response to a tangible threat, not a reaction to folklore. Which is why the stories about Wapiti Shelter were nothing more than a morbid curiosity to me. I'd read them on hiking forums, and in a tattered trail guide I'd picked up in Damascus. The tale was always the same in the late 1980s. Two young hikers, couple, were found murdered inside the shelter. The official report, which I had actually looked up in a moment of professional diligence, was inconclusive. No suspect was ever found, and the cause of death was attributed to a frenzied knife attack. But the trail had its own version of the story. The folklore spoke of a third presence, a spirit or a madman who haunted that specific patch of woods, forever enacting the crime on cold, moonless nights. It was tragic, certainly, but it was history. Just another ghost story told to spook novices around a campfire. I packed my bag for that weekend with the intention of staying there, partly for the convenience of its location on my route, and partly, I admit, to prove to myself that it was just a wooden box on the side of a mountain. The hike-in was beautiful, a classic late autumn day in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight, the color of weak tea, filtered through the mostly bare branches, casting long, skeletal shadows across the path. The trail was a carpet of rust, colored leaves, and each step I took made a satisfying, percussive crunch that echoed in the profound silence. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, a physical presence that presses in on you. I saw no one else on the trail all day, which was not unusual for this time of year. The through hiker season was long over, and only the most dedicated or foolish weekend warriors were out. I placed myself firmly in the former category. I reached the clearing for Wapiti's shelter in the late afternoon. It was a standard AT lean, a three-walled structure of dark, weathered timber with a gently sloping tin roof and a raised wooden platform for sleeping. A stone fire pit sat cold and gray in the dirt yard in front. It looked exactly as I expected, mundane and peaceful. I dropped my pack with a sigh of relief, the weight lifting from my tired shoulders. My first order of business was always the same: fetch water, set up my sleeping arrangements, and prepare my dinner. As I unrolled my sleeping bag and inflatable pad onto the wooden platform, my headlamp beam danced across the interior walls, and that's when I first saw them. At first, I mistook it for the usual shelter graffiti. Hikers have been carving their names, trail names, and dates into these shelters for decades. It's part of the culture, a litany of, "I was here." But this was different. My light settled on one carving, and I leaned in closer. It wasn't a name, it was a face. It was crude, gouged into the wood with what must have been a dull, jagged tool, perhaps a rock or a broken piece of glass. The eyes were just deep, circular holes, but they were spaced in a way that conveyed a shocking sense of awareness. The mouth was a gaping, downturned slash. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. I felt a small, cold knot tighten in my stomach. I swept my light further along the wall. There was another one, and another. I stood up slowly, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. I did a full, deliberate scan of the 3 interior walls. The shelter was filled with them. There must have been 30 or 40 faces, maybe more, packed into every available space between the faded scrawls of G Mana 03 and Hiker Trash for Life. Each one was unique, yet they all shared the same horrifying expression. Some were tilted, as if their necks were broken. Some had lines carved down their cheeks, like tears. Some were just wide, screaming mouths with no other features. They weren't just carvings, they were effigies of a final, terrible moment. My engineer's brain immediately tried to rationalize it. It was a prank. Some edgy art student or a group of teenagers trying to perpetuate the shelter's myth. It was an impressive, if deeply unsettling, effort. I told myself it was nothing more than that. Wood and shadow. I tried to ignore them, turning my back to the wall as I fired up my small camp stove. The hiss of the gas and the bubbling of my water was a comforting, mechanical sound in the encroaching twilight. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It was a palpable sensation, the kind you get when you are in a crowded room and you know someone is staring at you from across it. The feeling of being watched. I ate my rehydrated chili mac with my back pressed against the front edge of the platform, facing out into the darkening woods. The forest was transforming, the friendly trees of the afternoon becoming a black, impenetrable wall. Every gust of wind that rustled the remaining leaves sounded like a whisper. I tried to read my book, but the words on the page seemed to swim, and my eyes kept darting up, scanning the darkness beyond the reach of my headlamp. I was acutely aware of the gallery of silent screams carved into the wood behind me. I felt like I was on a stage, and they were the audience. The power of suggestion, I told myself, my own logic a flimsy shield. You read the stories, you saw the creepy carvings, and now your primitive brain is filling in the blanks. I was a man of science. I understood the psychology of fear, but understanding it and controlling it were two very different things. The cold was deepening, a damp, bone, aching chill that my fleece jacket couldn't quite repel. I finished my meal, cleaned my pot, and stored my food in my bare canister, placing it a good 100 yards from the shelter, as per regulations. Every step I took away from the faint light of my lamp felt like a plunge into an abyss. The woods were utterly black and silent now. Too silent. There were no crickets, no owls, none of the usual nocturnal chatter of the forest. There was only the sound of my own breathing and the thumping of my heart. Back in the shelter, I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin. It was a 0-degree bag, but I still felt cold. I switched off my headlamp, plunging the world into absolute blackness. It was a tactical error. In the dark, my imagination, fueled by the images of those faces, ran rampant. I could picture them, their gouged eyes and screaming mouths. I could almost feel their terror bleeding out from the wood, a cold miasma that filled the small shelter. I lay there for what felt like hours, rigid and alert, straining to hear anything over the blood roaring in my ears. Eventually, exhaustion began to win. My thoughts grew fuzzy, and my body began to relax its tense vigil. I was just starting to drift into a shallow, uneasy sleep when a sound snapped me back to full, heart-pounding consciousness. It was the sharp, definitive snap of a heavy twig breaking, and it was close, far too close, just outside the shelter's opening. Time ceased to exist. My entire universe contracted to the space inside, my sleeping bag to the frantic, rapid, like thumping of my own heart against my ribs. The sound of the snapped twig echoed in my mind, replaying itself with horrifying clarity. It wasn't the sound of a small animal, a squirrel or a raccoon. It had weight. It was the sound of a deliberate, heavy footfall. My logical mind, my engineer's brain, scrambled for purchase, for a rational explanation. A deer, perhaps. A bear drawn by the lingering scent of my dinner. Despite my careful precautions. But the silence that followed was wrong. A deer would have kept moving, its hooves rustling more leaves. A bear would have made other sounds, snuff-niffing, a low grunt. This was a predatory silence. A listening silence. I held my breath, straining my ears against the roar of my own blood. Every nerve in my body was on fire. I was a coiled spring of pure adrenaline. My hand, trembling inside my sleeping bag, crept towards the small utility knife I always kept in my pants pocket. It was a pathetic weapon against any real threat, but the feel of its cold, textured handle was a small anchor in a sea of terror. I lay there, a statue of a man, for what could have been 5 minutes or 50. The darkness was absolute, a physical weight pressing down on my eyes. The cold air I was breathing felt like swallowing shards of glass. Then came the scream. It wasn't distant. It wasn't a mountain lion or a fox. It was a human scream, high and piercing, filled with a sound I can only describe as the final, hopeless agony of a soul being torn from its body. And it was right outside the shelter. It felt so close I could almost feel the vibration of it, in the wooden platform beneath me. It was a woman's voice, a raw, throat-shredding shriek of such profound terror that my own throat constricted in sympathetic pain. It was not a single, sustained cry. It was a frantic, panicked series of screams that rose and fell, punctuated by gasping, desperate breaths. It was the sound of someone dying. I bolted upright, my sleeping bag falling away. The movement was involuntary, a pure reflex of shock. My heart hammered against my sternum so hard, I thought it would break through. The screaming continued for another few seconds, a ghastly, wet sound now, as if choking on blood, and then it stopped. Not faded away. It was cut off as if a switch had been flipped. The sudden, absolute silence that crashed down in its wake was 1,000 times more terrifying than the noise it replaced. Hello. The word was a pathetic croak that died in my throat. My voice was alien to me. Someone out there. Are you hurt? Only the wind answered, a low moan through the trees. The profound, unnatural stillness of the forest had returned. My mind raced, a chaotic jumble of terror and disbelief. This couldn't be real. It was a dream, a hypnagogic hallucination, a vivid nightmare on the edge of sleep. But the cold floor under my socked feet was real. The icy air on my drenched skin was real, and the memory of that scream was seared into my brain. My hand, shaking uncontrollably, fumbled for the headlamp I had placed beside my sleeping pad. My fingers felt like clumsy, useless sausages. I finally found it. My thumb slipping twice on the button before the beam of light stabbed through the darkness. I swept the light across the clearing in front of the shelter. The beam cut a stark white tunnel through the blackness. The fire pit was empty. The trees stood like silent, skeletal sentinels. There was nothing, no one, no sign of a struggle. No tracks in the thick carpet of leaves that I could see from my position. It was as if the scream had been generated by the air itself. My engineer's mind, desperate for control, offered another theory: other hikers playing a prank. A cruel, sick, elaborate prank. They had a speaker, maybe. They were hiding in the woods, laughing at the terrified lone hiker in the shelter. It was a plausible, if infuriating, explanation. It was something I could get angry at, and anger was a welcome alternative to the soul, crushing fear that was threatening to swallow me whole. "Very funny," I shouted, my voice stronger this time, laced with a false bravado. "You got me! Ha-ha! You can come out now!" The silence mocked me. The forest held its breath. I was alone. I knew it with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the autumn air. I was utterly and completely alone. And then I heard the new sound. It was soft, almost too soft to hear over my own ragged breathing. It was a dry, rhythmic sound. Scritch, scrape, scritch, scrape. My blood ran cold, my entire body went rigid. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It wasn't coming from the woods or the clearing or the trail. It was coming from inside the shelter. I froze, my headlamp beam still pointed out into the empty woods. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare breathe. The sound was methodical, unhurried. Scritch, scrape. It was coming from the back wall, the wall filled with those terrible, screaming faces. My mind refused to process it. It was impossible. I was the only living person in this shelter. I had seen it with my own eyes. The light had illuminated every corner. There was nowhere to hide. Slowly, fighting against every instinct that screamed at me to run, to flee into the night, I began to turn. The movement was torturously slow, a jerky, robotic pivot. My headlamp beam swept from the clearing, across the left wall, and then onto the back wall. The light slid over the dozens of crudely carved faces, their gouged eyes and gaping mouths, seeming to writhe and twist in the moving light. And then the beam found the source of the sound. My mind shattered. What I was seeing was not possible. It did not compute. It violated every law of physics and reason that I had built my life upon. In an empty patch of wood on the back wall, a new face was appearing. A sliver of wood would curl up and fall away, seemingly on its own. A deep line would be gouged into the timber by an invisible blade. Scritch. Another sliver would peel back. Scrape. I was watching a new face being carved into the wall by an unseen hand. I couldn't scream. The air was trapped in my lungs, my throat locked in a vise of pure terror. I could only watch, mesmerized and horrified, as the carving took shape. It was a slow, deliberate process. An impossibly sharp point was digging into the wood, creating a new portrait of agony. First, the wide, circular eyes dug deep into the timber. Then, the gaping, screaming mouth, a perfect echo of the scream I had heard just moments before. It was the face of the woman. I knew it. I was watching her soul, her final moment of terror, being etched into the very fabric of this cursed place. The scraping sound was the sound of a knife, a sharp knife carving into wood. The folklore, the ghost story I had dismissed so easily, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. A frenzied knife attack. The faces weren't a memorial to the murdered hikers. They were a record, a running tally, and a new entry was being made tonight. The scraping stopped. The silence that descended was heavy, suffocating, absolute. A new face stared out from the wall. Its expression of horror still raw, the edges of the carved wood still fresh and pale against the darker, weathered timber. It hadn't been there when I arrived. Now it was part of the gallery, part of the shelter. Forever, I stood there, paralyzed, my headlamp beam fixed on the new carving. My scientific, logical world had been ripped apart, and in its place was a new, terrifying reality. The stories were true. The ground was haunted. The shelter itself was an active participant in a horror that would not end. The power of suggestion had not created my fear. It had merely been a warning, a primer for a truth my modern mind was unequipped to handle. I was not an observer in the wilderness. I was a trespasser, and I was not alone. The paralysis shattered like glass. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a primal command from the deepest, oldest part of my brain, the part that understands predators and flight. One moment I was a statue of ice and terror. The next I was a blur of frantic motion. The carefully constructed world of Daniel Sterling, structural engineer, collapsed into dust. All that remained was a terrified animal desperate to escape the cage. My hands, no longer clumsy but driven by pure adrenaline, moved with a speed I didn't know I possessed. I didn't think about packing, I just grabbed. My sleeping bag was stuffed into its sack in a chaotic bundle. My boots were pulled on over my socks, the laces ignored. I grabbed my backpack, the one thing that contained the tools for survival in a world I still partially understood. My water filter, my stove, my book. All of it was left behind on the wooden platform, offerings to the malevolent spirit of the place. My headlamp beam, still strapped to my forehead, slashed wildly across the shelter, illuminating the gallery of screaming faces one last time. They seemed to be jeering at me, their silent cries a chorus of doom. The newest face, the one born from the night's scream, looked impossibly fresh, its agony a raw, open wound in the wood. I scrambled out of the shelter and into the clearing, my unlaced boots slipping on the thick mat of dead leaves. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was afraid that if I did, I would see a figure standing in the shelter's dark opening, or worse, see nothing at all. I plunged into the forest, away from the trail, away from the shelter, driven by the singular, overwhelming imperative to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cursed place. The forest at night is not the forest of the day. It is a different entity entirely. Every root seemed placed to trip me. Every low, hanging branch seemed to claw at my face and clothes. My headlamp beam, bouncing with my panicked strides, created a nauseating, strobe, lit world of distorted shadows and monstrous shapes. A gnarled tree trunk became a hunched figure. The sound of my own ragged gasps, for air was a predator's panting at my heels. The wind, which had been a low moan before, now sounded like it was whispering a name I couldn't quite understand, but I knew it was meant for me. My engineer's mind made a brief, futile attempt to reassert control. find the trail, follow it south. Get to the next road crossing. But the trail was gone. I had abandoned it in my initial flight, and now in the disorienting darkness, I was hopelessly lost. My compass was in my pack, but the thought of stopping, of standing still, in this suffocating blackness to consult it, was more terrifying than being lost. To stop was to be caught, and I was being hunted. I knew it. There was no sound of pursuit, no snapping twigs or rustling leaves behind me, but I could feel it. It was a pressure in the air, a cold spot on the back of my neck that would not go away. The presence from the shelter hadn't been left behind. It had expanded, filling the entire forest. The woods themselves were now the cage. Then the sounds began again, but different this time. From the trees to my left, I heard it scritch, scrape. I flinched, stumbling and falling hard onto the cold, damp earth. My headlamp beam pointed up at the trunk of a massive oak. For a split second, in the frantic light, I thought I saw a fresh carving in its bark, a pair of wide, terrified eyes. I scrambled back to my feet, a sob escaping my lips, and ran in the opposite direction. But then the sound came from the right. Scritch, scrape, it was everywhere. The entire forest was being carved with my terror, the trees themselves becoming a monument to my impending doom. The woman's scream returned, no longer from a single point, but from all around me. It echoed through the valleys, a symphony of agony performed by a ghostly choir. It was inside my head, a feedback loop of horror that drowned out all thought. I put my hands over my ears and ran blindly, tears and sweat stinging my eyes, my lungs burning as if I were inhaling fire. I was no longer a man. I was just a vessel of fear, running from a sound that couldn't be escaped. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My body was a machine running on adrenaline, and the fuel was running low. My legs were heavy, my lungs raw. I eventually collapsed at the base of a rock outcropping, my body giving out completely. I curled into a fetal position, my back pressed against the cold stone, and waited. I had no more energy to run. I just lay there, shaking, listening to the whispers in the wind and the phantom scraping sounds that seemed to come from the rock behind me. I closed my eyes and saw only the faces from the shelter wall. They were burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The first hint of dawn was not a beautiful sunrise. It was a slow, reluctant dilution of the darkness, a shift from absolute black to a miserable, washed out gray. The ghostly sounds began to fade with the coming of the light, not disappearing entirely, but receding, like a tide of filth pulling back from the shore. The trees slowly resolved themselves back into just trees. The forest became a forest again, no longer a sentient, malevolent entity. The terror didn't vanish, but its sharpest edges were blunted by the mundane reality of morning. I was alive. It took me another 2 hours of stumbling through the undergrowth, scratched, bruised, and mentally shattered, before I found the trail. Seeing that familiar white blaze on a tree was like seeing a rescue ship from a deserted island. I wept with relief. I followed it south, a broken automaton, putting one foot in front of the other. I didn't stop. I didn't drink. I just walked. Late that afternoon, I stumbled out onto a road. A car screeched to a halt, and a kind, faced couple helped me into their vehicle, wrapping me in a blanket and offering me water. They drove me to the nearest town, to the Forest Service ranger station. I tried to tell them. I sat in a sterile office that smelled of coffee and paperwork, facing a calm, patient ranger who had clearly seen his share of distressed hikers. I tried to explain what happened, but the words came out wrong. They sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. There were faces. I stammered. Carved in the wall. A woman screamed. It carved itself. The sound, the scraping. The ranger nodded slowly, his eyes full of a professional pity. He took my statement. He said they would send someone to check on the shelter. He spoke about exhaustion, dehydration, and the tricks a mind can play on you in the wilderness. He suggested I see a doctor. I was officially logged as another case of a hiker who had a severe panic attack, nothing more. A missing person report was never filed because the person, the screaming woman, had never existed. I am back in Richmond now. I am back in my world of concrete and steel, of right angles and predictable outcomes. But the foundation of my world is cracked. The certainty is gone. I go to work, I design buildings. I speak to my colleagues, but I am a ghost. I jump at loud noises. I cannot bear to be in a silent room. At night, I leave all the lights on. And still I see them. When I close my eyes, a gallery of faces, crudely carved into the wood, their mouths open in a scream that I can still hear. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I was a man of logic who walked into a place where logic holds no power. I didn't believe in haunted ground, but I know now that some places are just wrong. Some places are saturated with pain, and that pain lingers, replaying itself for anyone foolish enough to bear witness. I was the only one there that night, but I was not alone. And I know, with a chilling certainty that settles deep in my bones, that somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains, Wapiti's shelter is waiting. Its walls hungry for new faces, its silence ready to be broken by another scream. My name is Jedidiah Stone, but nobody in this spine of the Appalachians has called me that in half a century. I'm just Jed. I was born in a clapboard house, not 2 miles from where I sit right now, in a hollow so deep the sun doesn't crest the eastern ridge until nearly 9 in the morning. My father's father cleared this land, and his blood is in the soil, same as mine will be one day. The Monongahela National Forest isn't just a place on a map to me. It's the marrow in my bones. For more than 60 of my 73 years, I've hunted these woods. I know the whisper of the wind through the hemlocks, the scent of damp earth after a spring rain, and the particular way a deer's track will deepen when it senses a predator. I know the territories of every black bear on this mountain, can tell them apart by their gait and the scratch marks they leave on the beaches. I've lived a life in rhythm with the seasons and the creatures that call this forest home. I thought I knew every secret these mountains held. I was wrong. The event that shattered that comfortable knowledge happened last fall. The air had turned crisp, carrying the sweet, decaying perfume of fallen leaves. The maples and oaks had set the ridges ablaze in gold and crimson, a final, defiant roar of color before the long, gray sleep of winter. It was prime hunting season, and I was out for a buck, moving through a stand of old-growth timber, where the canopy is so thick that the forest floor is in a perpetual twilight. I'd been tracking a promising set of prints for hours, a big 10-pointer from the looks of it. The trail led me deeper into a part of the forest I usually avoid, a place the old-timers called Shadow, Sink Hollow. It's a tangle of rockfalls and rhododendron, thickets so dense they can swallow a man whole. The air there is always colder, the silence heavier. The trail went suddenly cold near a moss-covered cliff face, which was strange. A deer that size doesn't just vanish. A prickle of unease ran up my spine. The kind of primal warning that's kept men like me alive in the wilderness for generations. I slowed my pace, my senses on high alert, my hand resting on the worn stock of my 3006. That's when I smelled it. The coppery stench of fresh blood, thick and overpowering. It wasn't the clean, gamey scent of a field-dressed kill. It was a rank, slaughterhouse odor that clung to the air. I rounded a massive, lichen splattered boulder, and the scene laid out before me froze the breath in my lungs. It was the 10-pointer I'd been tracking, or what was left of it. The carcass was torn open with a savagery I'd never witnessed. This was no clean kill from a bear or a pack of coyotes. The ribcage was splayed wide, the internal organs strewn across the leaf litter like gory confetti. But it wasn't the deer that held my attention. It was the thing standing over it. My name is Jed. I've hunted these woods for 60 years. I know every bear on this mountain. But what I saw last fall wasn't a bear. It was too big, for one, bigger than a grizzly, and we don't have grizzlies this far east. Its body was a mass of thick, dark fur that seemed to drink the dim light, and its muscles bunched and coiled with unnatural power. It was the proportions that were all wrong. The limbs were too long, the shoulders too broad, and it had this short, pushed-in face, more like a cat's, a panther or a cougar than a bear's. But no cat ever grew to that monstrous size. It was standing over the deer carcass, one massive, claw-tipped paw resting possessively on the animal's neck. It didn't run when it saw me. It didn't even flinch. It just slowly turned its head, and the movement was fluid, deliberate, and utterly chilling. It looked at me with these intelligent, hateful eyes. They weren't the simple, reactive eyes of an animal. There was a thinking, reasoning malice in that gaze, a deep-seated contempt that felt ancient and deeply personal. It didn't growl. It made this low, chuffing sound, a guttural vibration that rumbled in its chest, almost like a laugh. A sound of pure mockery. In that moment, I was no longer the hunter. I was the prey. The 3006 in my hands felt like a child's toy. My 60 years of experience, my intimate knowledge of these woods, it all evaporated, replaced by a cold, absolute terror that rooted me to the spot. I backed away, one slow step at a time, my eyes locked on the creature. I didn't even think about raising my rifle. You don't hunt a thing like that. You just pray it doesn't decide to hunt you. I kept that sighting to myself for weeks. Who would I tell? Who would believe me? They'd say, old Jed's mind was finally going, that he'd seen a big bear in the dim light, and his imagination had run away with him. I knew what I saw. The image was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. At night, I'd hear that chuffing laugh in my dreams and wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of blood in my nostrils. The woods around my cabin, once a source of comfort and solitude, now felt menacing. The familiar shadows seemed to stretch and twist into unnatural shapes. Every snap of a twig outside my window sent a jolt of fear through me. The forest was no longer my home, it was its lair. My self-imposed silence was broken about a month later. A Forest Service truck rumbled up my long, gravel driveway, a rare event. Out stepped a young man in the crisp green and tan uniform of a national park ranger. He had a kind, earnest face and a name tag that read Miller, Mr. Stone. He asked, extending a hand. I'm Ranger Miller. Sorry to bother you at home. Jed's fine, I said, shaking his hand. His grip was firm, but his eyes were worried. What can I do for you, son? Well, sir, we're conducting a search. A hiker went missing a few days ago. A young fella from the city. Name of Ethan Hayes. His car was found parked at the trailhead over on the Cranberry River side. He was supposed to check in with his family 2 days ago. He didn't. My blood ran cold. The Cranberry River trailhead wasn't more than 5 miles, as the crow flies, from Shadow, Sink Hollow. He's an experienced hiker, according to his family. Miller continued, pulling out a map and pointing to the general area. But he was alone. We've got a search team combing this whole sector. I'm just going around to the few local residents, asking if you've seen or heard anything unusual. The words were on the tip of my tongue. I saw a monster. A beast from a nightmare that's big enough to tear a man in half. But I choked them back. How could I say that to this clean, cut, rational young man? He'd thank me for my time and go back to his truck, thinking he'd just met the local lunatic. So I hedged. Things have been quiet. I said the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. But listen, son. You tell your men to be careful in there, especially if they get up into the high hollows. Miller gave me a polite, slightly patronizing smile. We're always careful, sir. Standard procedure. The biggest concern is a fall or maybe a run in with a black bear. But they're usually more scared of us than we are of them. It's not bears you need to worry about, I said, my voice lower and more intense than I intended. There's something else in these woods. Something big. And it's not shy. His smile faltered, a flicker of professional curiosity replacing it. You've seen a large predator, sir. A mountain lion, maybe. The state officially says they're not here, but we get reports. Bigger than any mountain lion, I said, looking him dead in the eye. You be careful, Ranger. Some things in these mountains don't follow any rules you'll find in a book. He held my gaze for a moment, and I could see the internal calculation, the weighing of a seasoned local's cryptic warning against his own training and logic. Logic won. Right. Well, thank you for your time, Jed, he said, tipping his hat. If you see anything, you have my card. I watched his truck disappear down the drive, a plume of dust in its wake. A profound sense of dread settled over me, heavy as a shroud. He didn't believe me. He was leading a team of men into those woods, into the shadow of that thing, armed with little more than whistles, walkie-talkies, and a complete misunderstanding of what they were up against. They were looking for a lost boy. They had no idea they were the ones who were about to get found. For 3 days after Ranger Miller's visit, a cold, miserable rain fell from a slate, gray sky. It wasn't a cleansing storm, it was a slow, soaking drizzle that turned the forest floor into a slick mire and seeped into the very soul of the hollow. The world shrank to the misty circle around my cabin. At night, the rain would drum a maddening rhythm on the tin roof, a sound that usually lulled me to sleep but now served only to amplify the silence in between the drops. In that silence, my mind would conjure the chuffing, laugh of the beast, and I'd find myself staring into the blackness of my own room, my rifle resting against the nightstand where a glass of water should be. The guilt was a physical weight. I had looked that young ranger in the eye and given him a cryptic old man's warning, when I should have screamed the truth. I should have grabbed his map and drawn a skull and crossbones over Shadow, Sink Hollow. But I hadn't. And now, somewhere out in that sodden, dripping wilderness, he and his team were searching, blind to the real predator that stalked those ridges. My 60 years of experience felt like a curse, a knowledge of a truth so monstrous that it was impossible to share. On the fourth day, the rain finally ceased, but what replaced it was almost worse. A thick, wet fog rolled in from the lowlands, blanketing everything in an impenetrable white shroud. It swallowed sounds, distorted distances, and turned the familiar woods into a ghostly labyrinth. It was the kind of fog that feels alive, coiling and shifting through the trees like a restless spirit. It was on this morning that I knew I couldn't stay inside any longer. The inaction was eating me alive. I wasn't going to join their search. They wouldn't have me, and I'd be more of a hindrance trying to explain myself. But I could follow. I could use my skills to track the searchers themselves, to see where they were heading, to perhaps watch their backs from a distance they would never detect. I dressed in my oldest, darkest gear, oiled my rifle until the action was silent and smooth, and slipped out of my cabin like a ghost. The fog was so dense, I could barely see the tree line at the edge of my clearing. It muffled my footsteps on the damp earth. I cut a wide path, circling around toward the Cranberry River, trailhead where the search was based. I didn't need to see, I knew this land by feel, by the slope of the ground and the texture of the bark on the trees I brushed past. It didn't take long to find their trail. A dozen men moving through the woods, even trained ones, leave a highway of signs for someone like me to read. Broken ferns, scuffed moss on a fallen log, the unnatural symmetry of boot prints in the mud. They were professionals moving in a grid pattern, but they were city-trained. Their signs spoke of procedure and discipline, not of a deep, instinctual listening to the woods. They were loud in a way they couldn't comprehend. Their trail led upwards, away from the river and into the higher, more rugged terrain. Straight toward Shadow Sink Hollow. A cold dread, sharp and familiar, coiled in my gut. They were being led. The missing hiker's trail, I suspected, was no longer a path of his own making. I moved parallel to them, 100 yards out, using the thick fog as my cover. I could hear their muffled voices occasionally, the crackle of a radio, sounds that were both comforting and terrifyingly out of place. They were broadcasting their presence to the entire forest, to whatever was listening. I found the spot late in the afternoon. The searchers' tracks converged in a small, rocky clearing at the very mouth of the hollow. It was clear this had been a place of significant interest. The ground was churned up with their boots. In the center of the clearing, I saw what they had found: a small orange flag, marking a muddy patch of ground where a dark green backpack lay. It was Ethan Hayes's, no doubt. One of the shoulder straps was torn, and there were long, deep gashes in the canvas, as if a giant cat had tried to sharpen its claws on it. The searchers had obviously found it, documented it, and moved on, continuing their grid search deeper into the hollow. But I stayed. My eyes, trained by a lifetime of observation, saw what their procedural sweep had missed. Around the edges of the clearing, deeper in the mud and shadowed by the rocks, were other tracks. They were huge, round, and pressed deep into the earth, signifying immense weight. They lacked the distinct pad and claw pattern of a bear. They were more like massive, distorted feline prints, but with a horrifying addition. In the mud, I could just make out the impression of a fifth sickle, like claw on the inner side of the track, a digit that had no place on any known animal in North America. And then there was the smell. Faint, but unmistakable beneath the damp, earthy scent of the fog. The same rank, bloody odor from the deer carcass. Old blood. Following the tracks with my eyes, I noticed something else the search team had missed. A drag mark. Something heavy had been pulled from this spot, away from the backpack, and into the rhododendron thicket. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I forced myself to follow. The thicket was a nightmare to move through, its waxy leaves cold and wet against my face. The drag trail led to the base of a huge, ancient hemlock, one whose lowest branches were still a good 20 feet off the ground. The trail ended there. I looked at the churned, up mud at the base of the tree, then I looked up. And I saw him. Ethan Hayes was wedged violently in the crook of two large branches high above me. He was horribly broken. It wasn't a fall. This was a placement, a trophy. It was a message, an act of such contemptuous power that it went beyond simple predation. A bear might cache a kill, but not like this. Not a deliberate, mocking display. This was the work of the thing with the intelligent, hateful eyes. A wave of nausea and rage washed over me. Rage at the beast and rage at my own cowardice for not warning Miller more forcefully. As I stood there, staring up in horror, a sound cut through the fog-drenched silence. Chuff, chuff, huff, huff. It was closer now than it had been weeks ago. It was the sound of guttural, chest, rumbling amusement. It came from the fog just beyond the thicket, a presence I could feel more than see. It had been watching. It had watched the search party find the bag and miss the body. It had watched them leave. And it was watching me now. Something inside me snapped. The 60 years of caution, the lifetime of respecting the power of the wilderness, it all burned away in a flash of pure, hot fury. This wasn't a natural predator to be respected. This was an abomination. This was a murderer. With a speed I didn't know my old bones still possessed, I raised my rifle, the stock fitting into my shoulder like an extension of my own body. I peered through the scope, frantically scanning the wall of white fog where the sound had come from. A shape resolved itself from the grayness. A flicker of movement. A massive, dark shoulder, the suggestion of that pushed, in face turning towards me. I didn't hesitate. I centered the crosshairs on the dark mass and squeezed the trigger. The crack of the .30-06 was unnaturally loud in the muffled air. The recoil of familiar, violent shove against my shoulder. I saw a spray of moisture and what looked like fur fly from the spot I'd aimed at. A direct hit. A shot like that would drop a 1,000-pound moose in its tracks. The shape didn't fall. It didn't cry out in pain. It barely even flinched. There was a dull, wet thud, like a heavy axe striking waterlogged timber. The shape paused, and then the head turned fully towards me. Through the scope, for a fraction of a second, I saw the eyes again. The hate was still there, but now it was mixed with something new surprise and a chilling predatory curiosity. Then the sound came again, no longer amused, but a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the ground. It wasn't the sound of an animal in pain. It was the sound of a thing that had just realized the insignificant creature in front of it was capable of fighting back, and it found the notion irritating. Terror, cold and absolute, extinguished my rage. My single act of defiance had done nothing but confirm my own mortality. I had not wounded it. I had merely gotten its full attention. I scrambled backwards, away from the tree, away from the body, my hands fumbling to chamber another round. I didn't look back as I crashed through the undergrowth, fleeing for my life. The only thing I heard behind me was the heavy, Deliberate snap of massive branches as the beast began to move, no longer watching, but following. Panic is a cold fire. It burns away everything. Reason, training, even 60 years of instinct, leaving only the raw, animal need to run. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. Behind me, the forest was coming apart. The heavy, rhythmic crashing wasn't the sound of a creature running. It was the sound of a thing that didn't need a path, a thing for which trees were minor inconveniences. Each snap of a major limb was a punctuation mark in its relentless pursuit, a reminder of the impossible power that was now focused entirely on me. My lungs burned, my old knees screamed in protest, but I didn't dare slow down. I had made a terrible mistake. I hadn't just seen the beast, I had challenged it. I had thrown a rock at a god, and now I was learning the true meaning of wrath. My mind, what was left of it, raced for a plan. My cabin was a death trap. I couldn't outrun it, and I couldn't hide from it. There was only one chance, as slim as a spider's thread, the search party. They were my only hope. Not because they could fight it, but because they were people. There was a desperate, primal need to not die alone in the jaws of that unnatural thing. My flight was no longer just for my life, but for their lives, too. I had to get to them. I had to make them understand. I veered, changing my direction based on the last known vector of their search grid. I could hear their radios now, faint and staticky, a beacon of human order in a world gone mad. I burst through a final wall of tangled rhododendron and stumbled into the clearing they were using as a temporary command post. I must have been a terrifying sight. A wild-eyed old man, face bleeding from a dozen scratches, jacket torn, covered head to toe in mud, gasping for breath. Ranger Miller and two other men spun around, their hands instinctively going to the sidearms on their hips. "Jed," Miller shouted, his face a mask of shock. "What in God's name happened to you?" "It's coming," I rasped, leaning against a tree, my chest heaving.
"Right now! You have to get ready!"
"What's coming?" "Jed, calm down," Miller said, taking a cautious step toward me, his voice a practiced, soothing tone used for panicked civilians.
No time.
I gasped, pointing back into the fog-shrouded woods.
Not a bear! Not a lion! I shot it!
Point blank. It didn't. Before I could finish, a sound rolled out of the fog that stopped every heart in the clearing. It was the low, rumbling growl I had heard after my failed shot, a sound that vibrated in our bones and seemed to make the very air feel heavy. The professional calm on Miller's face shattered, replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. The other Rangers drew their pistols, their knuckles white, as they stared into the impenetrable wall of white. What was that? One of them whispered, his voice trembling. "Positions!" Miller commanded, his training kicking in despite the terror in his eyes. "Get behind the rocks!" Now, we scrambled for the meager cover offered by a jumble of large boulders. The radios squawked with the panicked voices of other searchers on the perimeter, voices asking what the sound was, reporting movement in the trees. Then the radios went silent, one by one, each silence punctuated by a distant, choked-off scream. The crashing in the woods grew louder, closer. It wasn't moving with any kind of stealth now. It was announcing itself. Then, out of the fog, it emerged. Seeing it in the open was 1,000 times worse than my first two encounters. It filled the clearing with its presence, a hulking silhouette of pure malice. Its dark fur seemed to ripple, its unnatural muscles bunching as it took a step forward. Its hateful, intelligent eyes scanned our pathetic little fortress of rock, and it let out that low, chuffing laugh. It was a sound of absolute confidence. The sound of a butcher surveying his livestock. "Fire!" Miller screamed, and the clearing erupted in the pop of 9mm pistols. The bullets sparked against the creature's hide or vanished into its thick fur, with no more effect than raindrops. It lowered its head, irritated, and charged. What followed was not a fight. It was a slaughter. It swatted one of the rangers aside like a fly. The man's body flung with sickening force against a tree. It lunged for the other, and I had to look away. The sound of the attack a wet, tearing horror. Miller stood his ground, firing uselessly. His face a portrait of a man watching his entire understanding of the world be torn to shreds. In that moment of chaos, my mind cleared. The fear was still there, a block of ice in my stomach, but the hunter's instinct, I thought had burned away, flickered back to life. My rifle was useless, but Miller, he had a fair gun holstered on his tactical vest. A last resort for signaling. A bright burning, chemical fire. It was unnatural, just like the beast. "Miller! The flare!" I yelled, my voice cracking. He seemed to snap out of his trance. While the beast was momentarily occupied with its gruesome work, he ripped the orange pistol from its holster. The creature turned, its cat-like face smeared with gore, and fixed its eyes on him. It started to move, coiling for another lunge.
At its face!
I screamed. Miller raised the flare gun with both hands, his aim steady even as the monster bore down on him. He fired. There was a loud thump, and a projectile of pure, burning magnesium shot across the clearing and slammed directly into the creature's head. The world exploded in a blinding, hissing, crimson light. The beast reeled back, not with a cry of pain, but with a roar of pure, frustrated rage. It wasn't the heat, it was the light. The searing, chemical glare was an agony to its ancient, shadow-born senses. It thrashed its massive head, momentarily blinded, its hateful eyes squeezed shut against the unbearable incandescence. It was our only chance. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Miller's arm and pulling him back. We scrambled away, plunging back into the fog as the creature roared in fury behind us. We didn't stop running until our legs gave out. Collapsing miles away at the edge of the Cranberry River, the sound of its rage finally fading behind us. The official report was a masterpiece of bureaucratic fiction. Ranger Miller, suffering from shock and exposure, corroborated a heavily edited version of my story. A large, unusually aggressive black bear, likely rabid, had attacked the search party. The missing hiker, Ethan Hayes, was a tragic victim of the same animal. The other rangers were lost to the elements in the attack. I was just a civilian witness caught in the middle. They called the search off, declared the area unsafe, and closed that entire section of the Monongahela National Forest indefinitely. They didn't believe the full truth, of course. But Miller and I, we knew. We never spoke of it again, but a silent understanding passed between us. He left the Forest Service a month later. I heard he moved somewhere flat, out in the Midwest, where the longest shadows are cast by grain silos. I don't hunt anymore. The joy is gone. The rifle I carried my whole life now sits in its case, collecting dust. My home, this hollow that was my sanctuary for 73 years, has become my prison. I am its only inmate and its warden. I spend my days on my porch, and I listen. I listen to the wind in the hemlocks, the call of the crows, the rustle of leaves. But I'm really listening for something else. A footstep that's too heavy. A silence that's too deep. A low, chuffing laugh carried on the breeze. You don't hunt a thing like that. You don't kill it. My shot and Miller's flared it and defeated. We just annoyed it. We survived. And survival is a temporary condition. Because it's still out there in the deep shadows of the mountain, and it remembers us. It remembers me. And it waits. My official designation is Park Ranger Sarah Bell, badge number 734, assigned to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I've been in the service for 12 years. The last 7 right here, in the sprawling, ancient heart of the Appalachians. I've seen this park in all its moods, draped in the soft, ethereal smoke that gives it its name, vibrant with the impossible colors of autumn, and buried under a silent blanket of winter snow. But I'd never seen it like this. Not even close. The summer of 25 was a season of punishment. A relentless, brassy sun had lorded over the sky for months, and a stubborn high-pressure system had batted away every promising storm cloud. The drought was a thief, stealing the lifeblood of the mountains. Rivers shrank to trickles, and the countless smaller creeks that crisscrossed the park's interior, the vital capillaries that fed the deep woods, had withered and vanished. They were now just dusty, rock-strewn scars on the forest floor, silent and thirsty. My patrol route that day was focused on the park's western edge, in a sector rarely frequented by the casual tourist. This was deep country, a rugged tapestry of ridges and hollows that required serious intent to navigate. It was also the last known area of activity for Leo Martinez, a 20-year-old college student who had been missing for 3 weeks. The official search had been scaled back, the grim consensus leaning towards a fatal slip and fall in some remote ravine. His parents, however, refused to give up, and their daily, hollow-eyed vigils at the ranger station were a constant, painful reminder of our failure to bring their son home. So, we kept looking. We called them extended patrols. Now, but we were all searching for Leo. The air was thick and stagnant, heavy with the scent of hot pine needles and dry earth. The usual symphony of the forest was muted. The birds were quiet, the squirrels scarce. Even the insects seemed to have been baked into silence. All I could hear was the crunch of my boots on the parched leaves and my own steady breathing. It was a silence that felt unnatural, a held breath. My assigned grid took me along what used to be a tributary of the Monongahela River system. On the park maps, it was a cheerful blue line named Laurel Creek. In reality, it was a graveyard of river stones, bleached white by the sun. I walked not beside it, but in its very center, the dried creek bed, offering a clearer path than the tangled, thorny undergrowth on its banks. It felt sacrilegious, like treading on a skeleton. It was in this dry channel that the first anomaly registered. Amidst the dust and pebbles, there were patches of dark, viscous mud. This was odd. With no rain for 94 days, any residual moisture should have evaporated long ago. These pools were isolated, disconnected from any apparent water source, yet they remained stubbornly, unnaturally wet. A foul odor hung over them, a cloying mix of swampy decay and something else, something vaguely metallic and coppery, like old blood left in the sun. I knelt by the first pool, my hand instinctively hovering over the canister of bear spray on my hip. The mud was thick as tar, and bubbles slowly rose to the surface, popping with a faint, gaseous hiss. It was as if something was breathing, deep beneath the earth. I pressed on, my senses on high alert. The unease that had been a low hum in the back of my mind was now a blaring alarm. A few hundred yards further, I found the tracks. My heart hammered against my ribs. I've seen every kind of track these mountains. Have to offer the distinct five-toed print of a black bear, the delicate cloven hoof of a white-tailed deer, the stealthy paw of a bobcat. These were none of those. They were monstrous. Each print was immense, wider than my outstretched hand and pressed deep into the packed dirt, suggesting a colossal weight. The shape was reptilian, three-toed, with long, arcing indentations where massive claws had dug into the ground. They weren't tracks of anything that belonged in a 21st century ecosystem. They looked like something ripped from a prehistoric textbook. I took out my service phone, my hands trembling slightly as I snapped several photos, forcing myself to include my boot in the frame for scale. The comparison was absurd. The tracks led from one muddy pool to the next, creating a clear, terrifying path. Whatever this thing was, it was moving between these subterraneanly fed springs. It was living in the dark, wet places hidden beneath the dry, cracked skin of the park. My mission was to find a missing person, but a cold dread was beginning to crystallize in my gut. What if I was actually finding what found him first? I followed the trail for what felt like a mile, my gaze fixed on the ground, my mind racing through every zoological text I'd ever read, every bit of folklore I'd ever dismissed. The Appalachians are old mountains, steeped in legends, tales of strange beasts and things that dwell in the shadows. We rangers heard them all, usually from wide-eyed campers, and we'd smile and offer rational explanations. Bears, mountain lions, overactive imaginations. But there was no rational explanation for the tracks I was following. The creek bed widened into a basin, and at its center was the largest pool yet. It was perhaps 50 feet across, a circle of black, stagnant water and mud thick with a blanket of green, hairy algae. The air here was almost unbreathable, the stench of decay so potent it made my eyes water. The tracks led directly to the edge of the water and disappeared. I scanned the perimeter, my rifle now unslung and held at a low ready. Nothing, just the oppressive silence and the heat. In the middle of the pool, a shape broke the surface. It looked like a massive, algae-covered boulder, lumpy and green-brown, perfectly camouflaged in the muck. It was conceivable that a rock formation could be here, I told myself, trying to force logic onto a scene that defied it. I edged closer, my boots sinking into the soft mud at the pool's edge. I needed a better look. Maybe there was something on the boulder. A scrap of clothing, a piece of a backpack, anything to give me a clue about Leo. As I took another step, the boulder shifted. It wasn't a subtle movement. It was a slow, deliberate adjustment of immense mass, sending thick, concentric ripples across the surface of the black water. The sound wasn't a splash, but a deep, subterranean groan, like continents grinding together. I froze, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. Then, with a liquid grace that belied its impossible size, a section of the shape lifted from the muck. It wasn't a rock. It was a head the size of a car tire, scaled and ancient. A horny, formidable beak, like that of a colossal snapping turtle, dripped with black mud and strands of algae. And then it opened its eyes. The eyes were not the flat, vacant orbs of a simple reptile. They were ancient, intelligent, and amber, colored, with vertical pupils that contracted as they focused on me. They held a look of primordial knowledge of the creature that had been sleeping and waiting in the dark places of the earth for eons, long before men walked these mountains. We stared at each other across the foul water for a moment that stretched into an eternity. There was no aggression in its gaze, only a calm, terrifying assessment. It saw me. It registered me. And then, as slowly as it had appeared, the head lowered. With a deep, sucking sound that vibrated through the soles of my boots, the entire mass slid back under the muddy water. The surface bubbled violently for a moment, and then was still, leaving only the thick, placid algae, as if nothing had ever been there. I stood there for a long time, unable to move, my breath catching in my throat. My radio felt 1,000,000 miles away. What could I even say? "Dispatch, I've found a mythological creature." They'd send a medic for me, not a search party. But as the adrenaline began to recede, a single, horrifying thought took its place, cold and sharp as a shard of ice. I have a feeling it's not just deer that have been going missing in this park. The retreat from that cursed pool was the longest mile of my life. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and sprint, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that abyssal water. But my training, drilled into me over a decade of service, held me fast. You don't run in the woods. Running makes you prey. So, I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the placid, algae-choked surface where the monster had vanished. My rifle was a flimsy twig in my hands, a useless talisman against a creature that felt as ancient as the mountains themselves. Each step backward was a deliberate, agonizing act of will. The snap of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The forest I knew, the place that had always been my sanctuary, now felt alien and predatory. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every breeze felt like a cold breath on my neck. The feeling of being watched was absolute, a physical pressure against my skin. I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that the Ogwa was aware of my every move. It had permitted me to leave. By the time I reached the main trail, my uniform was soaked in sweat, and my nerves were frayed to the breaking point. I scrambled into the cab of my park service truck, slammed the door, and locked it, the metallic click offering a pathetic sliver of security. I sat there for a long time, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, my breath coming in ragged, shuddering gasps. The radio crackled to life, the dispatcher's voice a mundane intrusion from a world that no longer felt real. 7, 3, 4, what's your status? Over. I stared at the handset. What could I possibly say? Dispatch, I've just encountered a creature of myth, please advise. I would be recalled, put on psychological leave, and become a cautionary tale for new recruits. The search for Leo Martinez would continue to focus on falls and bear encounters, while the real predator lay waiting in its subterranean lair. No, I couldn't let that happen. I had to be smart, I had to use the system. I picked up the handset, my voice surprisingly steady. Dispatch, this is Ranger Bell 734. I took a breath. I'm in Sector Gamma 9, near the dry bed of Laurel Creek. I've located a series of unmapped geological hazards. Significant sinkholes and deep mud pits, likely fed by underground springs. The ground is extremely unstable. I'm marking it as a high-risk area. It's a potential search area for the Martinez case, but it's too dangerous for a solo investigation. I'm recommending a geological survey team and a formal grid search with a full crew. Acknowledged, 734. Unstable ground in Gamma 9. We'll log the request. Any sign of the missing person. The image of that ancient, amber eye flashed in my mind. Negative, dispatch. I lied. But the area warrants a closer look. Bell clear. That night, sleep was an impossibility. My small ranger cabin, usually a haven of quiet comfort, felt like a cage. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing the head rising from the muck, the slow blink of that primordial eye. It wasn't just an animal I had seen. The intelligence in that gaze was undeniable. It was ancient, patient, and utterly aware. Unable to rest, I turned to the park's digital and physical archives. I needed a name for what I saw. I started with official channels, searching zoological databases for anomalous sightings, reports of oversized reptiles, anything. The results were predictably sparse and easily dismissed. But when I shifted my search terms, diving into historical records, local histories, and collections of Appalachian folklore, something began to surface. It started with a digitized manuscript from a 1930s ethnographer who had interviewed elder members of the eastern band of Cherokee Indians. He wrote of legends that the Park Service had long since sanitized for tourist brochures. He wrote of the Tlanua, the great mythic birds, and the Uktena, the horned serpent, and then a single, chilling passage. They spoke also of the Ogwa, though in hushed tones, for it is a creature of the deep places, of the mud, and the dark water beneath the world. They say it is a turtle, grown ancient and vast until its shell is like a boulder covered in moss, and its head can rise from a pool that seems too shallow to hide a fish. The elders say the Ogwa's hunger is as deep as the earth it sleeps in, and that in times of drought, when the rivers run low and the secret waters are disturbed, it will stir. They blame it for livestock that vanish without a trace, and for hunters who walk into the woods and are never seen again. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just a monster, it was the monster. It had a name. Agua. The description was perfect, from the boulder, like shell to its appearance during a drought. A creature of legend. Hiding in plain sight, dismissed as superstition, while it continued its ancient cycle of hunting. How many of the park's unsolved missing persons cases, chalked up to misadventure or animal attacks, were really the work of the Oga? The weight of that question felt immense. The next morning, I was assigned a partner to investigate the geological hazards. I had reported Rick Anderson, a senior ranger with 25 years of service, and a deeply ingrained skepticism for anything that couldn't be explained by a regulation manual. He was a good ranger, solid and dependable, but his imagination was as dry as the creek beds we were heading toward. "So, what's got you so spooked, Sarah?" he asked as we drove, his tone more amused than concerned. "You sounded like you'd seen a ghost on the radio yesterday." "The ground is treacherous, Rick. I almost went waist deep into a mud pit that looked like solid earth," I said, sticking to my story. "If Leo Martinez wandered in there, he could have been submerged in minutes. No tracks, no trace," Rick grunted. "Possible, I suppose. More likely he's at the bottom of a ravine with a broken leg. But protocol's protocol. We'll map your mud puddles." Walking back into that part of the forest with Rick felt surreal. His pragmatic, unbothered presence was a stark contrast to my own frantic internal state. To him, this was a routine task. To me, it was a pilgrimage to the lair of a living nightmare. When we arrived at the final, largest pool, it looked exactly as it had when I left. A quiet, stagnant, algae-covered pond. utterly innocuous. "This is it," Rick said, hands on his hips. "All right, let's get the GPS markers down and take some soil samples. Be a long day." He was dismissive, and I felt a surge of desperate frustration. He saw a pond. I saw a tomb. We began the methodical work of surveying the perimeter, planting bright orange flags to mark the unstable edges. Rick worked with a bored efficiency, occasionally making notes on his data logger. I, on the other hand, was searching. My eyes scanned every inch of the muddy banks, every root, every stone. I knew it was here. It had to be. Nothing here. "Sarah," Rick called out from the far side of the pool. "Looks like just another bog. I think your theory about Martinez sinking in here is a long shot." My heart sank. He was about to write this whole area off. They would file the report, and the Ogwa would be safe in its obscurity, waiting for its next victim. Then I saw it, snagged on a gnarled root that dipped into the water's edge. Almost completely caked in mud was a small scrap of blue fabric. "Rick!"
Over here!
I yelled, my voice cracking. He trudged over, his expression one of wary patience. I pointed with a trembling finger. He knelt, pulling a pair of gloves from his pack. Carefully, he worked the fabric free from the root. As he rinsed it with a bit of water from his canteen, the mud washed away to reveal the color, a distinct, bright royal blue, and a small, embroidered logo. It was the logo of the state university. Leo Martinez's university. We had seen his missignpost poster 100 times. He was wearing a royal blue backpack with that exact logo. Rick's professional demeanor evaporated, replaced by a sudden, sharp intensity. "Get on the radio," he commanded, his voice low and serious. "Tell them we have found evidence directly related to the Martinez case." As he stood up, his gaze fell to the mud right beside the root where the fabric had been caught. He froze. Following his line of sight, I saw it too. Fresh in the soft mud, so clear it could have been made moments ago, was a perfect, three-toed track with deep, vicious claw marks. It was identical to the ones I had followed yesterday. The Ogwa had been here again. Rick stared from the track to the dark water, then to me. The skepticism was gone from his eyes, replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. He finally saw it. Not the monster itself, but the undeniable proof of its presence and its connection to our missing boy. Rick's radio call shattered the primeval stillness of the hollow. In doing so, it felt like we had committed a profound and terrible transgression. We had taken a place of deep, mythic horror and subjected it to the sterile, blinking lights of the 21st century. And the 21st century, in all its supposed wisdom, was found wanting. Within 2 hours, the area was a controlled scene, cordoned off with yellow tape that looked flimsy and absurd against the ancient trees. The team arrived, forensic specialists from the State Bureau, a grim-faced sheriff, and other rangers who looked at Rick and me with a mixture of curiosity and pity. We were the ones who had found the first concrete clue in the Martinez case in over a month. We were also the ones standing vigil over a muddy pond with a look of shocked dread. The track was the star attraction. It was photographed from every conceivable angle, measured, and then, with painstaking care, a plaster cast was made. I watched the forensic lead, a woman named Dr. Evans, stare at the cast with look of complete professional bafflement. The morphology is reptilian. Clearly, she mused to the sheriff, her voice carrying in the quiet air. But the size, the weight distribution required to make a print this deep, it corresponds to no known species in North America, or any continent, for that matter. It's like a monstrous alligator snapping turtle, but scaled up by a factor of 20. It's a biological impossibility. They deployed sonar equipment into the pool, its electronic chirps sounding weak and intrusive. The readings were inconclusive. The pool was deep, far deeper than it appeared, and connected to a network of submerged cavities and what seemed to be a large, collapsed limestone cavern. It was a perfect hiding place. They sent a remote probe with a camera down, but the water was too thick with silt and debris. The screen showing nothing but a swirling brown void. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the official search wound down for the day. The evidence, the scrap of backpack and the impossible plaster cast, was logged and taken away. The plan was to bring in a specialized dive team in the morning. "You two head back to the station," the sheriff told us. "Get some rest. You did good work today." Rick and I nodded, but as we watched the convoy of official vehicles bump and grind their way back down the access road, we shared a silent look. Neither of us made a move toward our own truck. Rest was the last thing on our minds. The thing in the pool was largely nocturnal. The true investigation was about to begin. "They won't find it," I said, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. "Not with their cameras and their sonar. It doesn't live by their rules." "No," Rick agreed, his gaze fixed on the water, which was growing darker as the light failed. His skepticism had been burned away, replaced by a heavy, pragmatic dread. He unslung his high-powered rifle, the same model issued for large game threats, and checked the magazine. "But it lives here, and it's going to know its home has been disturbed." We found a defensible position on a small, rocky rise about 70 yards from the pool, partially concealed by a thicket of rhododendron. From here, we had a clear line of sight. We didn't talk. There was nothing left to say. We were two park rangers, armed with modern weapons, waiting for a creature from a forgotten age. The absurdity of our situation was lost in the suffocating blanket of fear. Night fell completely. The forest came alive with the chirps, clicks, and rustles of its nocturnal inhabitants, sounds that were usually a comfort to me. Tonight, every one of them was a potential threat, a prelude to the monster's return. Hours passed. The moon rose, casting long, skeletal shadows across the hollow. Just as I was beginning to think it wouldn't show, that our intrusion had driven it into some deeper recess of the earth, the water in the center of the pool began to move. It wasn't a ripple, it was a bulge. A slow upward swelling of the entire surface, as if a submarine were rising from the depths. The sound started then, that low, grinding vibration I remembered all too well, a groan that seemed to emanate from the rock beneath us. Slowly, magnificently, and with absolute horror, the Ogwa emerged. First the head, as I had seen it before, a craggy monstrosity of horn and scale. Then the thick, wrinkled column of its neck, followed by the impossible curve of its shell. It was no boulder. It was a living mountain of carapace, covered in a century's worth of algae, mud, and river weed. It rose higher and higher, water cascading from its sides in black waterfalls, until it stood in the center of the pool, its massive, clawed feet planted in the muck. It was larger than our truck, larger than any land animal I could possibly conceive of. It stood motionless for a long moment, its amber eyes scanning the shoreline. It was surveying the scene of the day's desecration. The trampled mud, the faint scent of the forensic chemicals. Its gaze passed over our hiding spot, and I held my breath, certain we had been seen, but it kept turning its head, a slow, deliberate survey of its domain. Then, it dipped its head back into the water and came up with something in its beak. It tossed the object onto the muddy bank with a flick of its neck. In the pale moonlight, I saw what it was: a hiking boot, waterlogged and dark. But there was no mistaking the brand, or the glint of metal from the carabiner still clipped to its lace loop. It was Leo Martinez's boot. A final, gruesome piece of evidence delivered from his watery grave. Rick let out a small, choked sound beside me. He slowly raised his rifle, the stock settling against his shoulder, the scope glinting in the moonlight. I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Rick, what will that do?" "You'll just make it angry." Before he could answer, a twig snapped under my boot. It was a tiny sound, almost nothing. But in the charged silence of the hollow, it was a thunderclap. The Ogwa's massive head swiveled towards us instantly. The amber eyes, which had been scanning, now locked onto our position. The intelligence was there, but now it was joined by something else: territorial fury. With a speed that should have been impossible for a creature of its size, it lunged toward the bank, its massive legs churning through the water, creating a bow wave like a ship. A gutturous throw from its throat, a sound of ancient rage that rattled my teeth. "Go!" Rick yelled, abandoning any thought of fighting. "No, Sarah, go!" We scrambled backward, crashing through the rhododendron, turning and running blindly into the dark forest. We didn't dare look back, but the sound was behind us, a cataclysm of snapping trees and crashing odor growth as the Ogwa heaved its immense body onto dry land in pursuit. We ran with pure, instinctual terror fueled by adrenaline, away from the legend that had burst into our lives. We reached the truck, fumbling with the doors, and roared away, leaving the monster and its desecrated home behind in the darkness. In the end, we wrote a lie. It was the only thing we could do. Rick, with his senior authority, backed my report. We stated that our investigation concluded Leo Martinez had tragically fallen into a deep, water-filled sinkhole, his body likely swept into an inaccessible underwater cave system. The unstable geology and the powerful undercurrents made recovery impossible. The strange track was officially labeled as an unidentified geological impression, a footnote in a tragedy. The case was closed. Leo Martinez's parents finally had an answer, albeit a false one. It was a cruel mercy, but it was better than the truth. I still work as a ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains, but I no longer see a sanctuary when I look at the ridges and hollows. I see a place of secrets, a kingdom that is not ours. The drought broke in the autumn. The rains came and the creeks filled up again, washing away the tracks and submerging the entrances to the dark places of the earth. The Ogwa has returned to its slumber, but I know it's there, sleeping in the mud and the mire, waiting. The mountain keeps its secrets well, and now Rick and I are forced to keep them, too. My name is redacted, though within the sterile confines of this dimly lit office, amidst the stacks of forgotten files and the low hum of the building's aging ventilation system, such identifiers feel both superfluous and yet, strangely, like the last vestige of personal identity I can cling to. For the purposes of these records, I am a search and rescue officer with the National Park Service, and I have spent the better part of my adult life navigating the rugged and often unforgiving of the Appalachian Mountains. I have seen things out here, things that don't make sense, things that whisper at the edges of sanity. But nothing quite like the case of Mark Selby. Selby was a sound documentarian, an individual driven by what some might call an eccentric obsession to capture the sound of true silence. It's a paradoxical pursuit, of course, as true silence, in its purest form, is arguably an absence, a void rather than a tangible entity to be recorded. Yet Selby was undeterred. He ventured into the deepest recesses of these ancient woods, equipped with high-end audio gear and an almost romantic belief in the possibility of achieving his elusive goal. A year ago, his gear was found abandoned in a remote section of the park, not far from the infamous Blackwood Trail, a place locals whisper about in hushed tones, a place even seasoned rangers tend to avoid after dusk if they can. The discovery was made by a group of hikers who reported an unoccupied tent pitched haphazardly, as if its owner had intended a brief respite rather than an extended stay. Inside the tent, neatly arranged, were Selby's personal belongings, extra clothing, camping supplies, and a well-worn journal filled with his philosophical musings on sound, silence, and the subtle symphony of the natural world. His backpack was also there, containing food rations and other essentials. But it was the high-end audio recorder, lying on a small table beside his sleeping bag, that drew the most attention. It was a professional, grade device, the kind favored by field recordists for its sensitivity and fidelity. Whoever found it carefully preserved it, recognizing its potential significance. When the gear was brought back to headquarters, the recorder became the focal point of our initial investigation. We hoped it might offer some clue, some explanation for Selby's disappearance. The digital files on the recorder were meticulously cataloged. There were hours upon hours of ambient forest noise, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the chirping of unseen insects, the distant calls of birds, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. These recordings painted a vivid soundscape of the Appalachian wilderness, a testament to Selby's dedication to his craft. But amidst this auditory tapestry, one file stood out. It was labeled simply, "Final Recording," and had a duration of 20 minutes. The team gathered in a small, soundproofed room, the air thick with anticipation and a growing sense of unease. We played the recording, the initial 19 minutes washing over us like a sonic bomb. It was exactly as described: pure, unadulterated ambient forest noise. You could close your eyes and almost feel the damp earth beneath your feet, smell the pine needles, sense the watchful presence of the woods. Selby had indeed captured a remarkable portrait of the forest's subtle soundscape. Then, at precisely 19 minutes and 34 seconds, the aural texture shifted abruptly. The gentle symphony of the forest seemed to falter. The chirping ceased. The rustling died down. The murmur of the stream faded into an almost imperceptible whisper. And then, as if a conductor had suddenly dropped his baton, absolute silence descended. It wasn't the kind of natural lull one might expect in the woods. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, the kind that feels unnatural, pregnant with an unspoken tension. For 10 long seconds, there was nothing. Just the static hiss of the recording equipment, amplified in the sudden void. You could feel the collective breath held in the room as we listened, our senses straining for any hint of what might have caused this sudden cessation of sound. And then it came, a sound. But not the sound we expected. Not a shout for help, not the snap of a twig underfoot, not the growl of a wild animal. It was something far more visceral. A soft, wet, tearing noise like fabric being ripped apart or flesh being rent asunder. The sound was sickeningly organic, deeply unsettling. It lasted only a few seconds, but in that brief span, it painted a horrifying picture in our minds. Immediately following the tearing sound was another. A single, sharp crack, like a large bone breaking under immense pressure. The sound was loud, distinct, and undeniably final. It echoed in the sudden silence that followed, hanging in the air like a phantom limb of the horror we were trying to comprehend. Then, nothing. Just the continued hiss of the recorder, a stark reminder of the unseen microphone that had borne witness to those terrifying final moments. The recording ended there, abruptly, leaving in the dimly lit room with a profound sense of dread and a multitude of unanswered questions. Mark Selby was never seen again. Despite extensive searches involving ground teams, canine units, and aerial surveillance, no trace of him was ever found beyond his abandoned gear. The case officially went cold 6 months later, relegated to the dusty shelves of unsolved disappearances. But it never truly left me. Something about that recording, that sudden descent into unnatural silence, followed by those horrifying sounds, has always gnawed at the back of my mind. I've reviewed countless missing person cases over the years. Most can be attributed to accidents, disorientation, encounters with wildlife, or, in rare instances, foul play of a more conventional nature. But Selby's case felt different. There was an element of the inexplicable, a hint of something ancient and unknowable lurking in the shadows of these mountains. That's why I requested to revisit the file. A year has passed, and the initial flurry of investigation has long since subsided. Perhaps, with fresh eyes and a renewed focus, I can find something that was missed. Some overlooked detail that might shed light on what happened to the man who sought the sound of true silence and instead found something else. Something that silenced him, and perhaps something that should have remained unheard. I sit here now, the transcript of that final recording lying before me, the chilling words a stark reminder of the mystery I am attempting to unravel. The soft, wet, tearing noise, the sharp crack of bone, these sounds echo in the silence of this office. A haunting prelude to whatever darkness Mark Selby encountered in the depths of the Appalachian wilderness. My task now is to listen again, to delve deeper into the evidence, to try and understand the unheard story that lies buried within that 20-minute recording. The woods have their secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal them in the most terrifying ways. The first order of business was to listen again. Not in a group, not with the sterile objectivity of an official debriefing, but alone. Here, in the quiet solitude of my office, with the weight of the mountains pressing in from the darkened windows, I needed to immerse myself in Mark Selby's final moments. I slid the professional-grade headphones over my ears, the soft leather cups sealing out the ambient hum of the building, creating an intimate, almost claustrophobic auditory space. I hit play. The familiar soundscape of the forest filled my ears. The first 19 minutes were a masterclass in bioacoustics. I could distinguish the calls of at least 3 different species of warblers, the rhythmic thrumming of a grouse, the almost inaudible skittering of a rodent through the underbrush. Selby had chosen his location with expert precision. This wasn't just any patch of woods. It was a vibrant, living ecosystem, a symphony of natural sounds. He was so close to his goal, to capturing the essence of the wild. It makes what happened next all the more perverse. At 1934, it began. I'd heard it before, but this time, I was listening not just for the silence itself, but for the way it arrived. It wasn't a gradual fading. It was a cutoff. A sudden, systemic termination of all sound. Listening with this level of focused intensity, I could perceive a faint, ultra, low-frequency hum just before the silence fully took hold, a vibration so deep it was more felt than heard. It was like the air itself was being pressurized, squeezed until it could no longer carry a single wave of sound. This wasn't the absence of noise. It was the active suppression of it. The forest hadn't fallen quiet, it had been muted. My own breathing became unnervingly loud in my ears during the 10 seconds of dead air. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the void left by the silenced forest. I was anticipating the tearing sound, bracing for it. When it came, it was just as visceral, just as nauseating as I remembered. But this time, I forced myself to analyze it. It was layered. There was the initial, high-frequency rip like thick canvas being torn. Beneath that, a lower, wetter, more organic sloshing sound. It wasn't one sound, but a sequence of them, happening almost simultaneously. It spoke of a methodical, deliberate action, not the frantic thrashing of an animal attack. Then the crack. That sharp, percussive finality. I isolated the waveform on the computer, replaying it over and over. It was a clean break. Experts in forensics had analyzed it, concluding it was consistent with the fracture of a large femur or humerus. A weight-bearing bone. The amount of force required would have been immense, far greater than a fall or a typical predator attack could generate. It was a clinical, efficient sound. A conclusion. After the recording ended, I sat in the suffocating silence of my headphones, the phantom sounds still echoing in my mind. The official report had logged these sounds and moved on. Animal attack, unknown species. Case closed due to lack of evidence. But that was a bureaucratic dismissal, a way to file away the unexplainable. This wasn't an animal. Animals make noise. They growl, they snarl, they breathe. They are a part of the forest symphony. This was an intruder. Something that didn't belong, something that operated on principles alien to the natural world. I turned my attention to the other piece of evidence that had been logged and largely ignored. Mark Selby's journal. It was a standard. Leather-bound moleskine, its pages filled with his neat, looping script. The early entries were what you'd expect: notes on recording techniques, observations about wildlife, poetic descriptions of the changing light. He wrote about the sonic texture of different types of rain and the architectural quality of a woodpecker's drumming. He was a man deeply in love with his work and with the world he was documenting. But about a week before his disappearance, the tone of the entries began to shift. It was subtle at first. October 12th, strange phenomenon today. While recording near Hemlock Creek, the ambient noise dropped out for several seconds. Completely. Like hitting a mute button on the entire valley. Equipment check shows no malfunction, chalking it up to an atmospheric anomaly, but it was deeply unsettling. The quiet was heavy. October 14th. It happened again. Longer this time, maybe a full minute. I was trying to get a clean recording of a stream when everything just stopped. The water, the birds, the wind. Nothing. I felt a strange pressure in my ears. A low thrumming sensation that vibrated through the soles of my boots. I found myself holding my breath, afraid to make a sound. When the world came back online, it was with a jolt, like a power surge. The birds all called out at once. It was unnatural. His entries became less about the sounds he was capturing and more about the absence of them. He started trying to predict these silent episodes, moving his campsite to different locations, trying to triangulate a source. He was no longer just a documentarian, he had become an investigator. He was hunting the silence itself. The final entry, dated the day before his final recording was made, was scribbled hastily, the usually neat script jagged and hurried. October 18th, I think it's following me. Or maybe I'm following it. The silence, it's not random. There's a pattern. It's getting closer. Last night it lasted for almost 10 minutes. The pressure was immense. I felt like my head was in a vice. I had the most overwhelming feeling of being watched, not by eyes, but by something that listens. It's not just an absence of sound. It's a presence. A hungry, listening void. I think this is it. The true silence isn't an absence of noise. It's the sound something else makes when it's hunting. I'm moving my gear to the ridge overlooking the valley. I have to try and record it. People need to know what's out here. A cold dread trickled down my spine. He hadn't stumbled into something by accident. He had pursued it. The final recording wasn't a document of his untimely death. It was his final, desperate experiment. He had set up his microphone, sat in his tent, and waited for the listening void to find him. The official theory was that Mark had suffered a psychotic break. That loneliness and obsession had driven him to madness. But his journal didn't read like the ravings of a madman. It read like the field notes of a scientist on the verge of a terrifying discovery. He wasn't capturing the sound of true silence. He was capturing the sound of a predator that used silence as its primary weapon. A predator that muted the world around its prey to isolate it, to terrify it before it apart. I pulled up the satellite maps of the area where his gear was found, cross-referencing it with the locations mentioned in his journal. Hemlock Creek, the valley, the ridge. He was methodically moving deeper into a specific, concentrated area of the park, an area known to local search and rescue teams as the dead zone. Not because of fatalities, but because our radios and GPS devices often failed there. We'd always blamed it on iron deposits or some other geological quirk. Now, I wasn't so sure. What if the dead zone wasn't a place, but a territory? The hunting ground of whatever Mark had encountered. My eyes fell back to the transcript of the final recording. The whisper at 1934 wasn't in the official log. I had to strain to hear it, buried under the hiss, but it was there. He whispered. It stopped. Everything's gone quiet. It wasn't a whisper of fear. Listening to it now, understanding his mindset from the journal, I heard it for what it was. It was a whisper of discovery. He had found it, and it, in turn, had found him. The silence was the precursor. The wet, tearing sound and the crack of bone. That was the result. The evidence had been here all along, not just in the sounds, but in the silence that preceded them. A silence that wasn't empty, but full. Full of a terrible, patient, and methodical purpose. And as I sat there, the weight of that realization settled upon me, heavier and more chilling than the mountain darkness outside my window. A year of dust had settled on this case file, but now, under the harsh fluorescent glare of my desk lamp, the silence in Mark Selby's recording felt alive. It pulsed with a malevolent energy that seemed to leak from the headphones, changing the very atmosphere of the room. The official explanation, animal attack, wasn't just insufficient, it felt like a willful act of denial. A comfortable lie told to keep the darkness at bay. I had to go deeper. The answer, I was convinced, was still locked within that final 20-minute file. Not in the obvious, gruesome sounds at the end, but somewhere in the spaces between. I am no audio engineer, but years in SAR have taught me to be resourceful. I downloaded a suite of forensic audio analysis software, the kind used to enhance faint whispers in surveillance recordings, or isolate specific frequencies from a chaotic background. I imported Selby's final recording, the clean waveform displayed on my screen, like a seismograph reading of a dying world. I focused first on the 10 seconds of absolute silence, the void between Selby's whisper and the tearing sound. I amplified the gain, pushing it far beyond normal listening levels, until the speakers hissed with static. I filtered out the hiss, the baseline noise of the recorder itself, and was left with something. It was incredibly faint, a ghost in the machine. A rhythmic, ultra-low frequency pulse. It wasn't a sound in the traditional sense. It was more like a measured pattern of pressure. I ran it through a spectrogram, which visually represents the spectrum of frequencies of a signal as it varies with time. What appeared on my screen made the blood drain from my face. The pattern wasn't random static. It was structured. The pulses were spaced with unnerving regularity, forming a complex, repeating sequence. It looked less like a natural phenomenon and more like a code or a biological signature. A heartbeat. But it was far too slow, too deep, too powerful for any known terrestrial creature. Each beat was a profound thrum, a vibration that I imagined could be felt in your bones, in your teeth. This wasn't the sound of a predator that used silence. This was the sound of the silence. The silence was its breath. The silence was its heartbeat. The silence was its presence, pressing in on the world, snuffing out all other noise as it drew near. My own heart hammered in my chest, a panicked, frantic counter, rhythm to the slow, deliberate pulse on the screen. Selby hadn't just been watched by something that listens. He had recorded the vital signs of the listener itself. Frantically, I switched my focus to the moment of the attack. I isolated the wet, tearing sound and slowed it down, stretching the milliseconds into full, discernible seconds. The layers I'd sensed before became distinct. It wasn't a single action, it was a sequence. First, a high-frequency shearing, like 1,000 tiny needles slicing through fabric. Then, a sound I can only describe as hydraulic. A smooth, powerful pull accompanied by a wet, parting squelch. It was the sound of something being deconstructed, dismantled with horrifying precision. The final crack, the breaking of the bone, remained just that. A clean, brutal punctuation mark. But in the fraction of a second after the crack, I caught it. Something I had never noticed before, something no one had. It was almost completely masked by the echo of the bone snap. I had to filter out the peak frequency of the crack itself to hear it. It was a soft click, immediately followed by a sigh. It was not a human sigh of exertion or relief. It was a contented, almost mechanical exhalation of pressure, like a valve releasing. It was the sound of a tool being put away after a job well done. The sound of a process completed, dismantled, concluded. This wasn't a kill. It was a harvest. I threw the headphones off my ears, the plastic clattering against the desk. The office, which had been my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The silence in the room was no longer empty, it was waiting. I looked at the clock on my computer screen. It was almost 3 a.m. The entire building was asleep, the city outside a distant, muffled hum. I was alone. just like Selby was. My gaze fell upon his journal one last time. I think it's following me. Or maybe I'm following it. The words seemed to lift off the page. He had pursued this thing, drawn by an academic and philosophical curiosity that had morphed into a fatal obsession. He believed people needed to know what was out here. But maybe some things aren't meant to be known. Maybe the act of observing, of listening too closely, is what draws its attention. Like turning on a light in a house full of moths. By digging this deep, by resurrecting this cold case, by isolating the sound of its heartbeat and the sigh of its work, had I turned on a light. A cold draft snaked through the office, though the windows were sealed, shut, and the air conditioning was off. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, a symptom of exhaustion and the grim nature of my work. But then I noticed it. The low, steady hum of the building's ventilation system. A sound so constant I had long ago tuned it out, had stopped. The faint buzz from the fluorescent lights above my desk faded. The distant traffic, the nightly murmur of the city beyond the glass was gone. A deep, profound silence began to settle over the room. It was not a peaceful quiet. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket of nothing, identical to the one Selby had described in his journal, identical to the one I'd just spent hours analyzing. A pressure began to build in my ears, a low thrumming that vibrated up from the floor, through the legs of my chair, and into my bones. My eyes darted around the darkened office, at the stacks of files and the long shadows they cast. The air grew thick, dense, as if the space itself was contracting around me. I could hear my own breathing, loud and ragged. I could hear the frantic drumming of my own heart. And beneath it all, a new sound was beginning to form. Faint. A slow, deep, powerful pulse that was more felt than heard. I am a search and rescue officer. I am sitting in my office, and a year after he disappeared, I am finally hearing what Mark Selby heard. I look at the audio software, still open on my computer, at the waveform of that slow, impossible heartbeat. I shouldn't have listened. I shouldn't have looked. It wasn't just his gear that was found. He left a recording. He left a message. He left a beacon. And now, something has come to answer it. The silence is no longer in my headphones. It's in the room. It's in the building. It's pressing in from all sides, and it is listening. My name is Elias Vance. For the last 15 years, I have served as a park ranger in the sprawling, ancient heart of the Pisgah National Forest, a segment of the great Appalachian mountain range. This is not a job one simply falls into. It is a calling, a conscious decision to trade the noise of civilization for the profound, and sometimes unsettling, silence of the wild. My official duties are outlined in a thick government manual: trail maintenance, wildlife management, visitor assistance, and search and rescue. It is this last duty, search and rescue, that has etched the deepest lines onto my face and taught me that the silence of the forest is not always empty. The Appalachians are old, older than the Rockies, older than the Himalayas, older than the very bones of most continents. They have seen species rise and fall. They have been ground down by glaciers and time, and their forests hold secrets that predate humanity. When you spend enough time here, you feel that age. It's in the weight of the air, beneath the thick canopy of hemlock and oak, in the coldness of the streams that cut through the rock, and in the way the fog clings to the hollows, or holers, as the locals say, like a shroud. Most visitors see only the beauty, The vibrant greens of summer, the fiery explosion of autumn. They hike the well-marked trails, take pictures of waterfalls, and feel a sense of peaceful accomplishment. They see the surface. I see what lies beneath. I've seen the forest in its fury, the flash floods that can turn a gentle creek into a raging torrent, the blizzards that can bury the landscape in a matter of hours, and the disorienting thickness of a fog that can make you lose your bearings 10 feet from your own truck. And I have searched for those who were lost in it. The call came on a Tuesday in late October. The tourist season was over, and a quiet chill had settled over the mountains. The last of the autumn leaves, a brilliant but dying tapestry of red and gold, were clinging to the branches, ready to be stripped away by the first real winter wind. The air was crisp and carried the scent of damp earth and decay, the smell of a forest preparing to sleep. I was in my office at the ranger station, finishing up paperwork, when the phone rang. It was the county sheriff, Elias. Sheriff Brody's voice was grim, a tone I knew all too well. "We've got a car, a blue Honda Civic, been parked at the Black Balsam Knob trailhead for at least 2 days. Plates are registered to a kid from Chapel Hill, Leo Kendrick, 20 years old." I felt that familiar, cold knot tighten in my stomach. Black Balsam was a popular area, known for its stunning, treeless balds and panoramic views. It was also notoriously easy to get lost in, if you strayed from the path, especially when the fog rolled in, which it did with unpredictable speed. "Parents file a report," I asked, already pulling up the area map on my computer screen. "This morning," Brody confirmed. Said he went up for a solo weekend camping trip. Supposed to be back for class on Monday. He's an Eagle Scout. Apparently experienced. I grunted. Experienced was a relative term. An Eagle Scout from the city is experienced in a controlled, predictable environment. The Appalachians are neither. The wilderness doesn't care about your badges. "All right," I said, my mind already shifting into search mode. "I'll head up there now. Get a team on standby. I'll check the trail log and do an initial sweep of the primary loop." "Any idea what gear he had?" Parents said he had a new one-man tent, a good sleeping bag, and enough food for 3 days. He was proud of his gear. Told them he was prepared for anything. The famous last words. I hung up, grabbed my pack. Always kept ready with water, first aid, a powerful flashlight, GPS, and extra rations, and headed out the door. The drive up the winding mountain road was quiet. The sun was bright, but it lacked warmth. Long, dark shadows stretched from the trees, reaching across the asphalt like skeletal fingers. The mountains watched me, impassive and ancient. They had already swallowed Leo Kendrick. My job was to see if they were willing to give him back. At the trailhead, the blue Honda sat alone in the gravel lot, already collecting a film of dust and fallen leaves. It looked forlorn, an abandoned piece of another world. I checked the trail log at the kiosk. There it was, Leo Kendrick, signed in at 10:00 a.m. Saturday. Destination camping near Tennant Mountain. Expected return Sunday evening. He was already a day and a half overdue. I scunned on the trail, my eyes scanning everything. This is the first phase of any search. Looking for the obvious. A dropped water bottle, a piece of trash, a torn piece of clothing. You walk slowly, methodically. You call out the person's name every 100 yards or so.
Leo Kendrick. Park Ranger."
My voice was swallowed by the immense space around me. The only reply was the rustle of the wind through the tall, dry grass of the bald and the distant caw of a raven. The trail was clear, The ground hard and dry, leaving few tracks. I followed the main path for 2 miles, my gaze sweeping back and forth, from the trail's edge to the dense, dark tree line that bordered the open areas. Nothing. The sun began its descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and purple. The beauty was breathtaking, but it was a hostile beauty. With the sunset came the cold. The temperature on the balds could drop 30 degrees in an hour. If Leo was out here, injured, without shelter, the night would be his greatest enemy. I reached the area near Tennant Mountain, where he'd likely have made camp. It was a logical spot, sheltered by a small grove of Fraser firs, with a clear water source nearby. I called his name again, my voice sounding thin and hopeful against the encroaching dark. Silence. I pushed into the grove of firs, my boots crunching on a carpet of needles. And then I saw it. The tent, a small, dark green dome, almost perfectly camouflaged. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by dread. The tent was there, but was he in it? "Leo," I called out, my voice softer now. "Leo? You in there?" "It's Ringer Vance." No answer. The tent flap was zipped shut. I approached cautiously and pulled the zipper. It slid open with a smooth, synthetic hiss. The inside was empty. His sleeping bag was unrolled, looking as if it had been slept in. A book lay face down on top of it. A half-eaten protein bar and a water bottle sat beside it. But Leo was gone. It looked as if he had just stepped out for a moment. But his hiking boots were still there, placed neatly beside the sleeping bag. A cold chill, entirely unrelated to the mountain air, traced its way down my spine. Who goes wandering in the Appalachian wilderness at night without their boots? I backed out of the tent and swept the area with my flashlight beam. My heart was pounding now, my ranger training fighting against a primal sense of wrongness. The campsite was clean, orderly. Too orderly. There were no signs of a struggle, no indication of an animal attack. His backpack was leaning against a tree, one of the pockets unzipped. I looked inside. Standard gear, a compass, a map, and something else. A small leather-bound journal. My hands felt cold and stiff as I opened it. Most of the pages were empty, but the last few entries were filled with a frantic, messy scrawl, a stark contrast to the neat signature in the trail log. Saturday, PMs. The sunset is incredible, but the silence is loud. That's the only way to describe it. Not empty, full of something I can't hear. Saturday night can't sleep. There's a sound, like whistling, but it's not the wind. It moves. It sounds like it's coming from all directions at once. Sunday AM, didn't sleep at all. The whistling stopped at dawn. I feel like I'm being watched. Packed up to leave, but I feel drawn to stay. There's something just off the trail. A path that isn't on my map. I have to see where it goes. The final entry was barely legible, the pen having pressed so hard it tore the page. It's not a tree. It's not a rock. It has no face, but it sees me. It's been here forever. It wears the trees like a coat, and it whistles in the dark. I slammed the journal shut, my breath catching in my throat. My flashlight beam cut nervously. The darkness, which now seemed absolute, pressing in on the small circle of the campsite. And that's when I heard it. Faint, high-pitched, and disturbingly melodic. A whistling sound carried on the wind from the deep, dark woods. It wasn't the wind, and it was getting closer. For a trained ranger, the first instinct in any situation is to analyze, identify, and act. But the sound that coiled its way through the trees defied all my training. It was not a bird, not the wind through a narrow gap in the rocks. and certainly not another human. It was a thin, reedy whistle, but it carried an intelligence, a mocking cadence that made the hair on my arms stand on end. My hand, which had been reaching for my radio, froze. My training screamed at me to establish contact, to report my findings. But a more primal instinct, one honed by years of walking these ancient mountains, told me to be silent, to be still. Making a sound felt like an invitation. The whistling grew closer, circling the small clearing. It was a predator's sound, a way of testing the defenses of its prey, of herding it into a state of panic. I clicked off my flashlight, plunging the campsite into the deep, moonless dark of the forest floor. My eyes, already adjusted to the low light, could just make out the dark shapes of the firs against a slightly less dark sky. I crouched behind the trunk of a large oak, my heart hammering against my ribs, and listened. The sound moved with an impossible speed, first from my left, then instantly from my right, then from high above me. It was as if the whistler was not one thing, but many, or something that did not have to obey the physical laws of movement. I thought of Leo's journal entry. It sounds like it's coming from all directions at once. He wasn't exaggerating. The sound was designed to disorient, to terrify. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs. Panic was a death sentence out here. I unclipped the radio from my shoulder strap, my fingers fumbling with the cold plastic. I turned the volume down to its lowest possible setting and pressed the transmit button, holding the speaker directly against my mouth and ear. "Brody, come in. This is Vance," I whispered, my voice tight, static. Only the faint hiss of an empty channel answered me. I was in a bad spot for reception, a deep bowl between two peaks. "Sheriff, do you copy? I've found the campsite. He's not here. The situation is unusual, more static." But then, through the hiss, a broken fragment of Brody's voice crackled through. "Lias, Cation. Black Balsam, near Tennant Mountain," I whispered urgently. "The camp is here, but the boy is gone. Left his boots. Left a journal. Brody, something is wrong here. Be advised, I am hearing." The whistling, which had been circling, suddenly stopped. The silence that fell was heavier, more profound than before. It felt expectant. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. The absolute quiet was somehow worse than the sound it replaced. I tried the radio again. "Brody, do you copy?" Silence, not static. Just dead air. The radio was dead. I checked the battery. It was full. A cold dread, different from the primal fear, settled over me. This was a tactical problem. I was alone, without communication, and facing an unknown entity. My mission had changed. This was no longer just a search for Leo Kendrick. It was about my own survival. I stayed crouched behind that tree for what felt like an hour, every nerve on fire, straining to hear anything over the pounding of my own blood. The forest remained utterly still. Finally, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here. This campsite felt like a baited trap. Leo's journal had mentioned a path, one not on the map. He wrote that he felt drawn to it. If I was going to find him, or what was left of him, that was the only lead I had. I slung my pack on, took Leo's journal, and zipped it into a waterproof pocket. I left the tent and its contents as they were. A crime scene for all intents and purposes. With my flashlight off, I began to circle the edge of the campsite, my eyes scanning the dense wall of rhododendron and mountain laurel that formed the perimeter. And then I saw it. It wasn't a trail in the traditional sense. There were no cut branches, no worn earth. It was more like a parting. A narrow, winding gap in the undergrowth that should not have been there. The branches of the rhododendrons, thick and tough as iron, were bent back at sharp, unnatural angles, not broken, but warped, as if they had recoiled from something passing through. The ground was covered in a thick layer of damp leaves, but they seemed undisturbed, uncompressed. It was a path made by something that passed through the woods, without truly touching them. It was the path from the journal. My training told me to wait for backup. My gut, the one that had kept me alive for 15 years in this wilderness, told me that if I didn't move now, I would be next. I took one last look at the false security of the campsite and stepped into the unnatural corridor. The air inside the thicket was immediately colder, the smell of damp earth replaced by a strange, metallic tang, like ozone after a lightning strike. The darkness was absolute. The canopy above was so thick that no starlight could penetrate it. I was forced to turn on my flashlight, its powerful beam, cutting a lonely tunnel through the oppressive black. The beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, just a few feet ahead. I moved slowly, placing my feet with deliberate care. The silence was unnerving. There were no crickets, no rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. The forest was holding its breath. After about 50 yards, I started seeing things. Small, strange things. A bird's nest, perfectly intact, placed carefully on the ground in the middle of the path. A few feet later, a single, polished white stone, sitting on a mossy log. It was a river stone, smooth and gray, but this area was miles from any significant river. These weren't random occurrences. They were markers. They were signs of a deliberate alien intelligence. The path began to descend sharply into a deep, narrow holler. The whistling started again. This time it was different. It was no longer a searching, circling sound. It was behind me. It was a single, steady note, and it was following me. I didn't dare to look back. I quickened my pace, my light beam bouncing erratically, painting horrifying, fleeting images on the gnarled trunks of trees and hanging vines. I felt like a rat in a maze, being herded towards an inevitable conclusion. The path twisted, and the beam of my flashlight fell upon something that made me stop dead. Hanging from the low branch of a hemlock tree, suspended by its own laces, was a single hiking boot. It was one of Leo's. It was dangling just at eye level, turning slowly in a breeze I couldn't feel. It was a trophy, a warning. My blood ran cold. I raised my flashlight, sweeping it in a frantic arc. The beam caught something. A flicker of movement deep in the trees, just at the edge of my light's reach. It was tall and unnaturally thin. For a split second, I saw a shape that didn't resolve, something that seemed to be made of shadow and tangled branches and the deep, dark spaces between the trees. It was exactly as the journal described. It wears the trees like a coat. It was there, and then it was gone, absorbed back into the forest. But I knew it was watching me. That was it. That was the line. This was no longer a rescue. It was a recovery at best, and an escape at worst. I was outmatched and out of my element. I turned and began to scramble back up the path, my lungs screaming for air, my mind screaming at me to run. The whistling erupted behind me, no longer melodic, but a furious, shrieking cacophony. It was a sound of rage, of a predator whose game had been interrupted. Branches snapped behind me, and I could hear something moving through the undergrowth with impossible speed, keeping pace with me, just beyond the reach of my light. It wasn't chasing me to catch me. It was chasing me out. I burst out of the unnatural path and back into the campsite clearing, gasping for breath, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I didn't stop. I ran through the clearing and onto the main, marked trail, not daring to look behind me. I ran until my lungs felt like they would burst, until I was back on the open expanse of the bald, under the cold, distant light of the stars. I fumbled for my radio again, my hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to press the button. I held it to my lips.
Broad! Con! Damn I!
Howdy.
I yelled, my voice raw with terror and exertion. A crackle of static, and then his voice, clear as a bell. The signal was back.
Lias!
What the hell is going on? We're getting a team ready. I leaned against a rock, sucking in the cold, clean air, my eyes still scanning the dark tree line I had just escaped. Forget the standard team. I gasped, my voice trembling. Call the state. Get every man you can. Tell them to bring dogs. There was a pause on the other end. Rifles. Elias, what did you find? What are we up against? I looked back in the oppressive darkness of the forest. Where the holler I had just fled was a black wound in the landscape. I knew it was still there, watching. And I knew Leo Kendrick was never coming home. I don't know, I said, the words tasting like ash. I don't know what it is, but it knows we're here. A dawn came as a slow, gray wash over the mountains, revealing a sea of fog that filled the valleys below. I hadn't slept. I'd spent the hours leaning against my truck in the trailhead parking lot, waiting, sipping bitter, burnt coffee from a thermos. The heat was a small comfort for my trembling hands. I had told Brody everything over the radio. The whistling, the unmarked path, the hanging boot, the shadow I'd seen in the woods. I knew how insane it sounded, but Brody knew me well enough not to dismiss it outright. Just stay put, Elias, was all he'd said. We're on our way. Shortly after sunrise, the cavalry arrived. 2 sheriff's department SUVs and a state search and rescue truck. The rumble of diesel engines and the slam of car doors were a jarring intrusion into the morning quiet of the forest. Brody was the first one out, a big man with a face worn down by years on the job, but his eyes were still sharp. He took one look at me, reading the fear that still clung to me like a second skin. You look like hell, Elias, he said, his tone flat. You would too. I shot back, my voice hoarse. The rest of the team, 6 of them, piled out. They were capable, sturdy men, some from the state rescue unit. They carried rifles slung over their shoulders and led 2 search dogs, well-trained German shepherds. They looked at me with a mixture of profound concern and skepticism. They'd heard my story over the radio, and now they were sizing up the man who claimed he'd been chased by a ghost. Okay, walk us through it again, Brody said, nodding for one of his deputies to spread a map across the hood of his truck. I recounted the events, trying to be as clear and factual as possible. I pointed out the campsite's location on the map. I explained about Leo's journal and handed it to Brody. He read the final entry. His brow furrowed and then passed it around. The others read it with stoic faces, but I saw a flicker of unease in their eyes as they reached Leo's last words. Whistling from all directions. One of the state troopers, Harris, commented, "The wind gets funny in these mountains." This wasn't the wind, I insisted. And the dogs. You brought them. Of course, Brody replied. If there's a trail, they'll find it. We started up the path. The morning sun hit the dew on the leaves, making everything seem bright and deceptively normal. It almost made the terror of the previous night feel like a bad dream. But as we neared the campsite area, the dogs began to act strangely. They started whining, low in their throats, the fur on their napes bristling. They pulled at their leashes, trying to turn back the way we came. "What is it, Silas?" the handler said, patting his dog's flank. "Easy, boy." But the dogs wouldn't calm down. When we reached the clearing of the campsite, they went frantic. They barked and snarled at the dark tree line I had fled from, but they wouldn't step into the open space. They planted their paws, refusing to move any closer. "I've never seen them like this," the handler said, bewildered. "It's like something in there is scaring them to death." It was a grim validation. I felt no triumph, only a deep, abiding chill. Brody looked at the dogs, then back at me, his expression hardening. "Okay. Harris, you and Davis stay here with the dogs. The rest of you, with me." We left the two deputies and the terrified dogs behind and stepped into the campsite. Everything was as I had left it. The tent, the neatly arranged contents inside. It was a disturbing still life. I led them to the edge of the thicket and pointed to the warped, unnatural gap. "In there," I said. "That's the path." Brody peered into the dark corridor. "Doesn't look like any path I've ever seen." "It's not," I replied. He hesitated for only a moment, then made his decision. "All right, Elias, you lead. We'll be right behind you. Everyone, lights on." Entering that tunnel of trees in the daylight did nothing to lessen the dread. The sun couldn't penetrate the canopy. We were reliant on our flashlights again. The air was instantly colder, and the strange, ozone-like smell lingered. We moved in silence, the only sound our boots crunching on the damp leaves. The bird's nest was still on the ground. The polished white river stone still sat on the log. "What is this?" one of the deputies muttered. "Like some kind of shrine." I didn't answer. I just pushed forward, my heart pounding as I knew we were approaching the spot where I'd found the boot. I swept my light ahead, and there it was. Leo's boot. Still hanging, turning slowly in a silent, unfelt breeze. "Sweet Jesus," Brody breathed. But this time, something was different. At the base of the tree, directly under the boot, lay something that hadn't been there last night. I approached cautiously and aimed my beam down. It was Leo's cell phone. It was placed neatly on a pile of dry leaves, screen up, and shattered, as if squeezed by an immense pressure. Suddenly, the whistling started again. In the broad daylight, it was even more terrifying. It came from all around us, a mocking, malevolent tune. The deputies instantly raised their rifles, their flashlight beams cutting frantically through the gloom.
Where is it?
"I can't see anything," Harris yelled, his voice trembling. "Don't break formation," Brody commanded. "Circle up." We stood back to back, pushing our cones of light into the impenetrable darkness. The whistling grew louder, closer, circling us like a pack of invisible wolves. Then I heard another sound, one that froze my blood. A whisper, a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves scraping against each other. It formed words, but in no language I knew. It was ancient and full of malice. And then we saw it. Not just a glimpse this time. It stepped from the shadows between two trees. It was unnaturally tall and thin, its limbs too long for its body. It had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just a blankness under a head that seemed woven from bark and tangled vines. Its body appeared to be made of the forest itself, a moving optical illusion of branches, leaves, and shadows. It raised one of its long, twig-like arms, and its spindly fingers pointed at us. The whistling stopped, and the whisper entered my mind directly. not through my ears. It showed me an image, a vision of Leo, no longer Leo. His eyes hollow, his face a mask of abject terror, walking deeper into the woods, led on by the whistle that now came from inside him. "Back!" Brody screamed. "Everybody fall back now." We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran, a full-blown, panicked retreat out of that cursed path. The furious whistle and a dry, whispering laughter pursued us. We stumbled back into the campsite, where the other 2 deputies and the dogs were waiting in a state of high alarm. We didn't stop. We kept running until we were back in the relative safety of the parking lot. We threw ourselves into the trucks and sped away, leaving a cloud of gravel dust behind. No one spoke on the drive back down the mountain. We just drove, each man lost in the horror of what he had seen. The official search for Leo Kendrick was called off that afternoon. The official story was that he became disoriented and succumbed to the elements. His body was never found. The trailhead at Black Balsam Knob was permanently closed, citing trail instability. But we knew the truth. The 7 of us. We knew what lived in that forgotten holler. Something as old as the mountains themselves. Something that saw human beings as little more than temporary playthings. Interesting echoes in its long silence. I'm still a park ranger, but I look at the forest differently now. I know there are places that do not belong to us, that never have. And sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind blows just right through the trees, I swear I can still hear a faint, distant whistle. A reminder that we are only visitors here, and that the forest is always watching. My name is Marcus Thorne. For 34 years, the ridges and hollows of the Joshing, the National Forest, have been more of a home to me than any place with 4 walls and a roof. My grandfather, old Jedidiah Thorne, first put a rifle in my hands when I was 7 years old, right on the slope of Elliott Knob. He taught me the language of the forest. The snap of a twig that means a squirrel and not a whitetail. The subtle shift in the wind that carries the scent of rain from miles away. The way the light filters through the autumn leaves, painting the forest floor in shades of gold and fire. He taught me to respect the woods, to understand its rhythms, and to know my place within it. I am a hunter, not by sport, but by a deeper calling. It is a tradition, a connection to the land, and to the generations of Thorns who walked these same paths before me. I have always felt a profound sense of peace here, a certainty that I knew every trail, every stream, and every secret these old mountains held. I was wrong. The season had been a good one, the air crisp and clean with the promise of a cold winter ahead. The rut was in full swing, and the woods were alive with the signs of it. Scrapes on the forest floor, bark rubbed raw on young saplings, and the distant, guttural calls of bucks challenging each other in the dim light of dawn and dusk. But I wasn't after just any buck. I was tracking the ghost of Slate Ridge, a magnificent creature that had become something of a legend among the local hunters. He was an old, heavy, antlered buck, rumored to have a rack so wide you could hang a lantern from each side. I'd seen him myself, twice in the last 5 years, but only as a fleeting specter at the edge of my vision. A flash of white tail, vanishing into the dense laurel thickets, before I could even shoulder my rifle. He was smarter than any animal I had ever pursued. And this year, I had sworn to myself, would be the year I finally met him face to face. For 3 days I had been on his trail, a trail that led me deeper into the forest than I typically ventured. I had left the marked paths far behind, relying on my compass, the position of the sun, and the ingrained map of the terrain in my mind. The ghost's tracks were distinctive, large, deep, and confident. He was moving with purpose, and that purpose drew me onward. The trail led me down into a narrow, shadowy valley I didn't recognize. The trees here seemed older, taller, their branches interlocking high above to form a dense canopy that blocked out much of the afternoon sun. The air grew still and heavy, and the usual sounds of the forest, the chattering of squirrels, the call of a distant blue jay, faded into an unnerving silence. All I could hear was the rustle of my own boots in the fallen leaves and the steady, rhythmic beat of my own heart. It was then that I noticed the path. It wasn't a game trail worn into the earth by the passage of deer and bear. This was different. It was faint, almost completely overgrown, but there was an undeniable intentionality to it. It was just wide enough for a single person to walk, and it cut a straight, unwavering line through the undergrowth. My grandfather had always said, "Animals meander, but men make straight lines." No map I had ever seen of the George Washington National Forest, and I had studied them extensively, showed any trail, settlement, or old logging road in this specific area. It was supposed to be untouched wilderness. A prickle of unease ran down my spine, a hunter's instinct telling me that something was out of place. But the ghost's tracks were clear, leading directly onto this strange, forgotten path. My obsession with the hunt overrode my caution. I told myself it was probably an old, abandoned surveyor's line from a century ago, and I followed. The path descended for what must have been a mile, the silence growing deeper with every step. The very air seemed to change, growing colder and carrying a peculiar scent beneath the familiar smell of damp earth and pine. It was the smell of wood smoke, thick and pungent, but with an acrid, almost chemical undertone that I couldn't place. It was the kind of smell that clings to old, unwashed clothes. My unease grew into a knot in the pit of my stomach. This was no surveyor's line. Someone was living out here, far from any road, deep in the forgotten corners of the forest. The path ended abruptly, opening into a clearing that felt like a step back in time. Before me stood a small settlement of a dozen or so cabins, crudely constructed from rough, hewn logs chinked with mud and moss. They were arranged in a rough circle around a cleared, hard, packed dirt common. Thin plumes of that strange, smelling smoke curled lazily from stone chimneys, staining the gray afternoon sky. The place felt ancient, isolated, and utterly disconnected from the world I knew. My first thought was of some kind of historical reenactment group, but the raw, unkempt nature of the place felt too real, too lived in. There were no cars, no power lines, no sign of modern life whatsoever. As I stood there at the edge of the woods, my rifle held loosely in my hand, the cabin doors began to open. One by one, people emerged, not with the curiosity you'd expect from isolated folk seeing a stranger, but with a slow, synchronized deliberation that was deeply unsettling. There were men, women, and a few older children, all dressed in drab, homespun clothes of gray and brown. And then I saw their faces. They were pale, with a waxy, unhealthy pallor, but it was their eyes that froze the breath in my lungs. Every single one of them had the same eyes, a startling, washed-out shade of pale, icy blue, almost devoid of color. They looked at me, but it didn't feel like they were seeing me. It was a flat, empty gaze, like looking into the eyes of a porcelain doll. They moved with an odd, shuffling gait. It wasn't the limp of an old injury or the slow pace of a relaxed community. It was a strange, unified rhythm, a sort of jointed, puppet-like movement as they fanned out to form a silent, watching semi-circle of their own, mirroring the layout of their cabins. No one spoke. The only sound was the scuffing of their worn leather boots on the dirt and the crackle of the fires within their homes. The air was thick with tension, an unspoken question hanging between us. I was an intruder in a place that didn't want to be found. My hand tightened on my rifle, the cold steel a small comfort against the tide of primal fear rising within me. Then, the door of the largest cabin, situated in the center of the ark, opened. An old man stepped out. He was taller than the others, with a long, white beard that fell to his chest, and the same shockingly pale eyes. Unlike the others, however, his gaze held a spark of intelligence, of authority. He leaned on a gnarled wooden staff and took a few slow, deliberate steps toward me. The shuffling crowd parted for him silently. He stopped about 10 feet away, his eyes scanning me from head to toe, taking in my camouflage gear, my modern rifle, my bright orange hunter's vest. He smiled a thin, bloodless stretching of his lips that did not reach his cold eyes. "You've wandered a long way," he said. His voice was a soft, gravelly drawl, the accent thick with the ghost of the old mountains. It was a voice that should have been welcoming, but it carried an unnerving resonance, a chilling authority, that commanded the silence around him. I found my own voice, though it came out hoarser than I intended. I was tracking a buck. It led me here. I didn't realize anyone lived in this part of the forest. The old man's smile widened slightly. The forest provides. It leads those who are lost to where they need to be. It is a fortunate day for you to have found us. He gestured with a bony hand towards the village. Our kin are always happy to welcome new blood. You look tired and hungry from your journey. Come, join us for a meal. Share our fire. That's when I saw it. Behind him, next to his cabin, several large hides were stretched out on wooden frames, presumably to dry. My hunter's eye, trained to identify pelt and pattern, immediately recognized that something was terribly wrong. From a distance, in the dim light, one might mistake them for deer hides. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw that they weren't deer. They weren't bear or any other animal I knew. The texture was too fine, the patterns of the grain all wrong. And on one of the larger stretched hides, I could just make out the faded, ghostly outline of a pocket and a line of stitching. They were tanned and cured like animal skins, but they weren't skins. They were clothes, human clothes. We are always happy to welcome new blood, the old man repeated, his pale eyes fixed on mine, holding me in place. My blood ran cold. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, the sounds of the forest, the wind, the rustle of leaves I hadn't even been aware of, faded into a dull roar in my ears. They were clothes. The thought screamed through my mind, a frantic, repeating siren of pure terror. My grip on the rifle became so tight my knuckles turned white, the checkered steel pressing hard into my flesh. Every instinct, every fiber of my being honed by years in the wilderness, shrieked at me to run, to turn and bolt back up that unnatural path, to not stop until the pines and the oaks gave way to asphalt and streetlights. But I was frozen, pinned in place by the collective gaze of 24 pale, unblinking eyes and the chillingly calm demeanor of the old man who stood before me. His name, I would learn, was Elder Silas. He saw the shift in my posture, the flicker of raw panic in my eyes, the way my gaze was fixed on the grotesque trophies hanging by his cabin. His smile didn't falter. If anything, it seemed to deepen with a kind of knowing satisfaction. "A hunter's eye is a keen thing," he said, his voice still a soft, hypnotic drawl. "You see the quality of our tanning. We waste nothing the forest provides. It is our way. Now, the stew is hot, and the evening chill is setting in. Don't be rude to your hosts." The word, hosts, was a cage. To refuse his offer now would be an open act of defiance. An admission that I saw them, not as fellow inhabitants of the mountains, but as the monsters my gut told me they were. In this isolated clearing, surrounded and outnumbered, defiance felt like a swift death. Survival meant playing the part of the grateful, lost hunter. I forced my muscles to unlock, my face to soften into a mask of wary acceptance. "You're right," I managed to say, my voice strained. "I apologize. It's been a long few days. I'd be grateful for a hot meal." Silas nodded, a gesture of regal approval. He turned and, with a tap of his staff on the hard, packed earth, began to walk toward his cabin. The crowd of shuffling villagers parted for us, like water around a stone, their heads turning in unison to watch me follow. The feeling of their gaze on my back was a physical weight, 1,000 tiny needles prickling my skin. I could feel the silence of their judgment. As I walked past them, I risked a closer look. Their skin was uniformly pallid, almost translucent, stretched tight over their cheekbones. Their expressions were not just blank, they were empty, as if the person within had long since departed, leaving only the shell behind. I saw no interaction between them, no whispered words, no glances exchanged. They were a collective, a hive, and I was the foreign object that had just dropped into their nest. Elder Silas's cabin was larger than the others, but just as crude. The air inside was thick and cloying, a heavy mixture of wood smoke, sweat, and that same sharp, coppery undertone I'd smelled earlier, now so strong it made my eyes water. A single large room served as the entire living space. A fire roared in a stone hearth at one end, a large, black cauldron bubbling over the flames. This was the source of the stew. A rough, hewn table and several stools were the only furniture. The walls, however, were not bare. Hanging from wooden pegs were more hides. Not just clothes, but pieces. A pair of leather work gloves, stiff and dark with stains. A small, child-sized boot. A canvas satchel, its strap cut. My stomach churned, and I fought the urge to vomit. "Sit," Silas commanded, gesturing to a stool at the table. He ladled a thick, dark substance from the cauldron into a wooden bowl and pushed it in front of me. "Eat. It will give you strength." I looked down into the bowl. The stew was a murky brown, with root vegetables I vaguely recognized and chunks of dark, stringy meat. What kind of meat? The question hammered at my brain. The ghost of Slate Ridge. Another deer. Or the previous owner of the work gloves on the wall. My throat closed up. I picked up the heavy wooden spoon, my hand trembling slightly. Silas sat opposite me, his pale eyes watching my every move. His own bowl untouched. He was waiting. It was a test. I raised the spoon to my lips, the smell alone almost overwhelming me. I took the smallest possible sip. The broth was greasy and had a gamey, cloying sweetness that was utterly alien. It tasted of nothing I had ever eaten before. I forced myself to swallow, the mouthful feeling like a stone going down my throat. I looked up at Silas, trying to appear grateful. "It's rich," I said, the lie tasting more fall than the stew. He finally smiled, a genuine, horrifying smile this time, showing yellowed, uneven teeth. It is. The forest provides for its own. We are a family here, Mr. Thorne. A single body. When one of us is hungry, we all eat. When one of us is weak, the others provide strength. The outside world has forgotten this. They are a million scattered pieces, each one selfish and alone. Here, we are whole. As he spoke, other villagers began to file, silently, into the cabin, taking bowls of the stew, and sitting on the floor or leaning against the walls. They ate with a quiet, focused intensity, their spoons scraping against the wood of their bowls, in an unnerving, rhythmic chorus. No one spoke to each other. They just ate, their pale eyes occasionally flicking toward me, the stranger at the elders' table. Silas continued his monologue, his voice a low counterpoint to the scraping spoons. He spoke of their kin, of how they had lived in this valley for generations, hidden from a world that had grown sick and corrupt. He said they kept the old ways, the true ways. He spoke of how the forest itself was their ally, a living entity that protected them and brought them what they needed. Sometimes, he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a near whisper, it brings us new blood, a lost hiker, a hunter who strays too far, strong stock to keep the family pure. It is a great honor. A body must renew itself to stay healthy. The implication was no longer veiled. It was a clear, cold statement of fact. My blood, my strength, was a resource to be consumed. I was not a guest. I was a harvest. I felt a sudden, desperate need for air, for an escape from the suffocating atmosphere of the cabin. Thank you for the meal, Elder, I said, pushing the half-eaten bowl away. But I really should be getting back. It'll be dark soon. Silas chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Nonsense, son. No one travels these woods at night. You are our guest. You will stay with us. Rest. You will need your strength for tomorrow. He gestured to a dark corner of the cabin, where a pile of straw and rough blankets lay. That will be your bed. My mind raced, searching for an excuse, an escape. I need to use the privy, wash up. For a moment, I thought he would refuse. He studied my face, his pale eyes seeming to pierce right through my skull. Then he gave a slow nod. Of course. Civility is important. The wash basin is by the door. Be quick. The family is settling in for the night. I stood up on unsteady legs and walked toward the entrance. A wooden bucket of water sat on a stump just outside the door. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was my chance. The woods were only a few feet away. If I could just make it to the tree line, I could lose them in the darkness. I was faster. I was stronger than these shuffling, vacant people. As I splashed cold, metallic-smelling water on my face, I glanced back into the cabin. Silas was watching me, but the others were distracted, finishing their meal. My eyes darted around the dark interior, and my gaze fell upon a small, crudely made shelf in the darkest corner, near my designated bed. On it was a small, neat pile of items. They were things that didn't belong. Modern trinkets in this ancient, timeless place. Driven by a terrible compulsion, I took a step back inside. Pretending to dry my hands on my trousers, I moved closer to the shelf. There was a worn leather wallet, a high-end digital watch with a cracked screen, a set of car keys with a small plastic fob from a rental agency, and a stainless steel water bottle with a dent in the side and a university logo peeling off. And beneath them, tucked away almost out of sight, was a small laminated card. It was a National Park Service ID. The face on it was a smiling, red-haired young woman in a ranger's uniform. Her name was listed as Caitlin Miller. I remembered the missing person flyers I'd seen posted at the trailhead bulletin board. Over a year ago, a forest ranger who had vanished without a trace while on patrol. The world swam before my eyes. This was their pantry, a collection of trophies from their previous new blood. Caitlin Miller hadn't gotten lost. The lost hikers hadn't succumbed to the elements. They had been led here. They had been welcomed. They had been consumed. I turned, my decision made. I had to run. Now. But as I spun toward the door, my path was blocked. Elder Sela stood there, his body perfectly still, his staff held across his chest. He hadn't seemed to move, yet there he was. Beyond him, in the doorway, 2 other men stood, their broad shoulders filling the frame. The path to escape was gone. The trap had been sprung. Silas looked at the shelf of trophies, then back at my face. He saw the recognition, the dawning of the full, complete horror in my eyes. The thin smile returned to his lips. "I told you, son," he said, his voice soft as a death rattle. "The ghost of Slate Ridge always brings our kin home. It's an old tradition." He took a step forward. "It's time for you to rest now. You've had a very long day." The world narrowed to the confines of that suffocating cabin, to the space between me and the old man who had just sentenced me to death. Elder Silas's words, "It's time for you to rest now," were not a comfort, they were a verdict. In that instant, the civilized mask I had been wearing shattered, and 34 years of woodland survival instincts took over. My mind went white with a single, overriding imperative live. Before Sila's or the 2 men blocking the react, I moved. It wasn't a choice, it was a pure, animalistic reflex. My left hand shot out and swept the bubbling, putrid stew from my bowl directly into Elder Silas's face. He roared, a sound of fury and surprise, staggering back with his hands clawing at his eyes, the hot, greasy liquid scalding his pale skin. That was the opening I needed. I didn't run for the door they were blocking. I pivoted toward the hearth. With a powerful kick of my heavy hunting boot, I slammed into the side of the large, iron cauldron. It tipped with a groan of protesting metal, vomiting its entire contents of boiling, meaty stew across the dirt floor and onto the legs of the 2 men guarding the door. They screamed, thin, reedy shrieks of pain that were shockingly human. The distraction was total. In that moment of chaos, I lunged not for the door, but for the wall next to the fireplace. My rifle was still in my right hand, held tight against my body. With my left, I grabbed one of the hanging trophies, the stiff, stained canvas satchel, and hurled it into the roaring fire. It caught immediately, the old, dry material erupting in a flash of acrid, black smoke and bright orange flame.
My rifle!
I bellowed, making them think it was my primary concern, drawing their eyes for a split second toward the weapon still clutched in my hand. But my real target was the wall itself. The cabin was old, the chinking between the logs a mixture of dried mud and moss. It was the weakest point. I reversed my rifle, gripping it by the barrel like a club, and slammed the heavy wooden stock into the wall with all my strength. The first blow sent a spider web of cracks through the hardened mud. The second punched a hole through to the cold night air outside. The men, recovering from the hot stew, started toward me, but their movements were now shockingly fast. The slow, shuffling gait was gone, replaced by a predatory quickness that was utterly unnatural. They weren't just men. They were something else, something pretending. I didn't wait to find out what. A third and fourth blow widened the hole just enough. I threw myself through the jagged opening, scraping my back and shoulders on the splintered logs, tumbling out into the cold, hard, packed dirt of the common. I landed, rolled, and came up running. Behind me, the entire village seemed to erupt. A low, guttural moan rose from all the cabins at once, a collective sound of outrage that was not composed of individual voices, but was a single, unified cry. I sprinted for the tree line, for the path I had come down. The darkness of the forest was my only ally. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my heart nearly stopped. The villagers were pouring from their cabins, their pale forms moving with that same terrifying, unnatural speed. They didn't run like people. They flowed over the ground in a coordinated, insect-like swarm, their pale eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. They were closing the distance, far, faster than I could have imagined. I plunged into the woods, leaving the path, crashing through the undergrowth. My lungs burned, and branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down. The teachings of my grandfather echoed in my head, no longer about hunting deer, but about survival. Use the terrain. A stream hides your scent and your tracks. A ridge offers a view but exposes you. I veered sharply, heading for the sound of running water I had noted on my way in. The chase was relentless. I could hear them behind me, a sound not of crashing footsteps, but of a swift, dry rustling, like 100 snakes slithering over dead leaves. They were communicating somehow, that low moaning sound shifting in pitch and rhythm, directing their search. They were hunting me as a pack. I reached the stream, its water icy cold, and plunged in, wading upstream in the darkness to break my trail. For a few precious minutes, the sounds of pursuit faded. I hauled myself onto the far bank, shivering and gasping for air, hiding behind a massive, moss-covered boulder. I thought I had lost them. I allowed myself a moment to catch my breath, my mind racing. I had to get out of this valley, get back to the marked trails, to civilization. My rifle was still with me, a cold, heavy weight. I checked the chamber, a round was ready. I wasn't prey anymore. If they found me, I would be a hunter again. You cannot run from the family, Mr. Thorne. The voice was right behind me. I spun around, raising my rifle, my finger on the trigger. Elder Silas stood there, not 10 feet away. He hadn't made a sound. There were no broken twigs, no rustling leaves. He had simply appeared, as if the forest itself had birthed him from its shadows. The stew had scarred one side of his face, a raw, red burn that made his calm expression even more monstrous. His pale eyes held no anger, only a profound, ancient disappointment. The ghost led you here for a reason, he whispered, taking a slow step forward. This is your home now. Your blood belongs to the kin. It belongs to the land. Stay back, I yelled, my voice cracking. I backed away, the rifle aimed squarely at his chest. He kept coming. That thing is just noise and fire, he said, gesturing dismissively at my rifle. It cannot stop the will of the kin. It cannot stop the will of this forest. He lunged. His speed was demonic, a blur of motion that defied his age. But I was ready. I had been a hunter my entire life. I knew the moment an animal commits to its charge. I didn't aim for his chest. I aimed lower. I pulled the trigger. The blast of the .30-06 was deafening in the silent woods. The recoil slammed into my shoulder. Silas was thrown backward, not by the force of the bullet, but in a spasmodic reaction, a look of utter shock on his face. He collapsed in a heap at the base of a tree. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, fueled by a fresh surge of adrenaline and terror. I didn't look back. I just ran uphill, away from that cursed valley, my heart pounding a rhythm of fear and survival. I don't know how long I ran. I stumbled through the darkness for what felt like hours, an eternity. The sounds of pursuit were gone. The forest was silent again, but its silence was no longer peaceful. It was menacing, filled with secrets I now knew were real. Finally, through sheer, dumb luck, I stumbled onto a familiar game trail, which led me to a marked path. As the first gray light of dawn broke through the canopy, I saw the familiar blaze of a trail marker. I was safe. I made it back to my truck by midday. I drove straight to the sheriff's office in the nearest town, a mud-caked, wild-eyed madman babbling about a hidden village, pale-eyed people, and the missing forest ranger. They listened, of course. They took my statement. They even sent a search party out, with me guiding them. We never found it. We searched for 3 days. I led them to the valley, to the stream, to the very spot where I had shot Silas. But there was nothing. No cabins. No hard-packed common. No unnatural path. No bloodstains. No sign that anyone had ever lived there. The hole I had broken through the cabin wall was just a rotted section of a fallen, ancient oak tree. They found my spent cartridge casing, which proved I had fired my rifle, but that was all. They looked at me with pity. The official report concluded that I had likely suffered a severe stress-induced hallucination after being lost in the woods for several days. They suggested counseling. Ranger Caitlin Miller remains a missing person, presumed to have been a victim of the unforgiving wilderness. But I know what I saw. I live in a town now, far from the mountains. I sold my rifle. I can't stand the smell of wood smoke. And I wake up screaming some nights. The image of those pale, empty eyes burned into my memory. I survived, but a part of me never left that forest. It remains there, in that valley that doesn't exist. A place where the woods keep their oldest, hungriest secrets, and where the kin are always happy to welcome new blood. My name is Rick. For the record, my full name is Richard Thomas Elkins, but everyone just calls me Rick. I'm 42 years old, a firefighter with the local district for the past 15 years. And for the last 10 of those, I've been a dedicated member of our county's search and rescue, a SARE team. It's a demanding job, firefighting, both physically and mentally, but there's a certain satisfaction in knowing you're there when people need help the most. The SR work, though, that's a different beast altogether. It carries its own weight, a unique blend of urgency, methodical procedure, and the gnawing uncertainty of the unknown. We're the ones who get called in when things go sideways out in the wild, lost hikers, injured climbers, and, most tragically, missing persons. We train rigorously for all sorts of scenarios, from swift water rescues to high-angle extractions, wilderness survival to basic first aid. We pride ourselves on our preparedness, our ability to handle whatever the unforgiving terrain and unpredictable elements throw our way. The Appalachian Mountains, where I've lived and worked my entire life, are a place of stark beauty and hidden dangers. Lush, ancient forests blanket steep slopes, and winding trails disappear into shadows that have lingered for centuries. People come here seeking adventure, solitude, a connection with nature. Most find what they're looking for and leave with memories and photographs. But some get lost, underestimate the terrain, or simply have bad luck. That's where we come in. We know these woods like the back of our hands. Every ridge, every creek bed, every treacherous drop-off. We have to. Lives often depend on it. I was at the station, running routine equipment checks, when the call came in. It was dispatch. Their tone carrying that familiar undercurrent of urgency that always makes your gut clench. Saw our team needed. The voice crackled over the radio. Possible missing juvenile in the Blackwood National Park area. Ranger units on scene requesting assistance with a high-angle recovery. Initial report indicates the child is stuck in a tree, unable to descend. A kid stuck in a tree. It wasn't the most unusual call we'd ever received. Kids climb trees. Sometimes they get scared and can't get down. Usually, a quick assist from a ranger or a ladder truck from the local fire department takes care of it. But the way dispatch phrased it, high-angle recovery, that was a bit out of the ordinary for a simple tree rescue. It suggested the situation was more complex, the terrain perhaps too difficult for standard procedures. I grabbed my gear. The familiar weight of the harness, ropes, and carabiners a comforting presence. On the way to the rendezvous point inside the park, I ran through the possibilities in my head. Steep incline, precarious branch. Maybe the tree was exceptionally tall or in a difficult-to-access location. Whatever it was, if the Rangers needed our specialized team, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park, so to speak. When we arrived at the designated staging area, a small clearing near the base of a long, winding trail, a couple of National Park service vehicles were already there. Lights flashing silently in the dappled sunlight, filtering through the dense canopy. Two rangers, looking a bit harried, approached our vehicle as soon as we parked. I recognized Ranger Davies, a seasoned veteran with a calm demeanor that usually put everyone at ease. Today, however, there was a furrow in his brow that hinted at something beyond the ordinary. "Rick, glad you guys got here so quick," Davies said, extending a hand. "We've got a situation, unusual to say the least." "What have you got, Davies?" I asked, shaking his hand. My team members Mark and Sarah, both experienced SAR techs, gathered around, their faces reflecting a professional readiness. "It's a boy about 8 years old," Davies began, his voice low. "His name is Ethan Miller. He was hiking with his family earlier today. They lost sight of him for maybe 20 minutes, and when they found him, he was way up in this old poplar. They say he climbed it, but..." Davies hesitated, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "But what?" I pressed. "But the tree, it's like nothing you've ever seen. And the way he's stuck it doesn't make any sense." Davies and the other ranger, a younger woman named Miller, no relation to the missing boy, she clarified, led us down the trail. As we walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the sunlight less penetrative. The sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird seemed to fade, replaced by a growing sense of anticipation, a feeling that we were heading towards something out of the ordinary. After about a 15-minute hike, we reached a small, overgrown clearing, and then I saw it. It wasn't just a tree, it was a colossus. An ancient poplar, its trunk wider than any I had ever encountered. Its bark a patchwork of deep grooves and mossy patches that spoke of centuries of growth. It soared impossibly high, its uppermost branches disappearing into the dense canopy overhead. It dwarfed the surrounding trees, making them look like mere saplings in comparison. It was, as the initial report had vaguely stated, bigger than a silo, standing at its base. Looking up, it felt less like a tree and more like a natural monument, a living testament to the immense power and timescale of nature. My initial thought was that the sheer size of the tree was the obstacle. It would be a long, arduous climb, requiring specialized rigging. But as I studied the trunk, I noticed something else. It was remarkably clear of low, hanging branches. The first significant limb was easily 50, maybe 60 feet up, a thick, gnarled projection that seemed more like a separate tree growing horizontally. Above that, the trunk continued its monolithic ascent, unbroken for what looked like another 100 feet or more. "They say the boy is about halfway up," Ranger Miller said, pointing towards a vague spot high on the trunk. They could hear him calling out earlier. I scanned the trunk again, trying to imagine an 8-year-old climbing it. There were no convenient handholds, no series of smaller branches to assist in ascent. The bark was rough, but in many places, it was smooth and slick with age and moisture. It seemed almost impossible for a child, or even a reasonably skilled adult climber without equipment, to get that high. How did he even get up there? Mark asked, voicing the question that was undoubtedly on all our minds. "That's what the parents are saying," Davies replied, shaking his head. "They only looked away for a few minutes. He was right beside them, and then he wasn't. The next thing they heard was him calling from up in the tree." I walked around the base of the poplar, trying to get a better perspective. The sheer scale of it was disorienting. It felt like something out of a fairy tale, an impossibly large entity that had stood watch over these woods for generations beyond counting. And then I saw it, the hollow. About 15 feet up, on the side of the trunk facing away from the trail, there was what appeared to be a large, dark opening. It was irregular in shape, like a wound that had partially healed over time, but it was clearly a cavity within the massive trunk. "Is that a hollow?" I asked, pointing. Davies and Miller exchanged uneasy glances. "Yes," Davies said slowly. "We saw that. We thought maybe he had somehow climbed inside." "Did you try to reach it?" Sarah asked. "We tried," Miller said. "But it's too high without ropes and climbing gear. And even if we got up there, we couldn't see inside clearly. It's deep. A hollow in the trunk. That offered a potential explanation for how the boy might have gotten high up without visible handholds. He could have climbed into the hollow from a lower point, and then somehow made his way further up inside the tree. It still seemed improbable, but it was more plausible than a free climb up that smooth, massive trunk. "Okay," I said, my mind starting to shift into rescue mode. "Mark, Sarah, let's get our climbing gear ready. Davies, Miller, can you keep in contact with the boy's parents? See if they can provide any more details. Anything at all that might help us understand how he got up there." As my team began unpacking our equipment, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this than just a simple tree rescue. The sheer size of the poplar, the seemingly impossible climb, the mysterious hollow, it all added up to a scenario that felt deeply unsettling. I've been in plenty of challenging situations in my career, but this one felt different. There was an aura about this ancient tree, a silent, watchful presence that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. I was a trained professional, a man of logic and procedure, but standing at the foot of that colossal poplar, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to encounter something truly extraordinary, something that defied easy explanation. And the thought of a small child trapped somewhere within that immensity sent a shiver down my spine. The initial climb was more challenging than I had anticipated, even with ropes and ascenders. The bark, while rough in patches, offered inconsistent grip, and the massive circumference of the trunk meant constantly adjusting my hold. The sheer height to the first substantial limb felt like an eternity. Mark and Sarah remained at the base, managing the belay lines and keeping in communication via our radio headsets. Ranger Davies and Miller had moved further back, trying to guide the boys, parents closer without causing undue distress, hoping their voices might offer some comfort to their trapped child. As I gained altitude, the forest floor receded below, the familiar canopy taking on a different perspective from this unusual vantage point. The air thinned slightly, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of the forest muted, as if the giant poplar held a silent dominion over its surroundings. About halfway up to that first massive limb, maybe around 150 feet by my estimation, I started to hear him. A faint, whimpering sound at first, carried on the still air. Then, it became clearer, the unmistakable sound of a small child crying. "I'm scared," he kept repeating, his voice thin and reedy, barely audible above the rustle of the leaves in the upper reaches of the tree. My heart clenched. Hearing his fear, so vulnerable and alone at that height, spurred me on. "I'm coming, son," I called back, my voice echoing slightly in the stillness. "Just hold tight. I'm coming to get you." His cries intensified slightly at the sound of my voice, a mixture of relief and continued terror. "Hurry," he pleaded. "It's dark in here." Dark, that struck me as odd. He was out in the open, high up in a tree. Where was the darkness coming from? The thought nagged at me, but I pushed it aside, focusing on the climb. The massive limb was still a good distance above, and the smooth, unbroken expanse of the trunk in between offered little in the way of natural holds. I relied entirely on my equipment. The rhythmic slide of the ascenders against the rope, the only consistent sound besides the boys' intermittent cries. Finally, after what felt like an age, I reached the first major limb. It was even larger than it had appeared from below, a horizontal behemoth, easily 10 feet in diameter in places. It stretched out from the main trunk like the arm of some ancient giant, its upper surface covered in a thick layer of moss and lichens. It was a small forest unto itself. I secured myself to the limb with a safety sling, taking a moment to catch my breath and assess the situation. From this vantage point, I could hear the boy more clearly. He sounded like he was directly above me, perhaps further up the main trunk where smaller branches began to appear. "Son, can you hear me?" I called out again. "Can you tell me where you are?" "Up here," his voice replied, sounding slightly stronger now that he knew help was close. "Inside. Inside." "Inside what?" I looked up at the continuation of the main trunk, searching for any sign of him. There were a few smaller branches, but nothing that looked like a place where a child could be. Inside. I started climbing again, moving more cautiously now that I was among the upper branches. The trees seemed to shift subtly in the gentle breeze, a low creaking sound emanating from its immense structure. It was a reminder of the raw power of nature, the forces at play within this living giant. Then I saw it. About 20 feet above the massive limb, on the main trunk, was another, smaller offshoot, It was still substantial, perhaps 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and it jutted out at a slight upward angle. And on the underside of this limb, close to where it joined the main trunk, there was a dark, irregular patch. As I climbed closer, the patch resolved itself into an opening, a hollow in the underside of the limb. It was roughly circular, maybe 2 feet across at its widest point, and it appeared to go deep into the heart of the wood. And that's when I understood what the boy meant by inside. "Are you in that hole?" I called out. "Can you see me?" "Yes," he replied, his voice muffled now, as if he were speaking from within a confined space. "I'm stuck." I reached the hollow and carefully maneuvered myself onto the underside of the limb, my harness digging into my sides. Looking into the opening, I could see very little. It was dark and seemed to burrow deep into the wood. The air coming from inside was cool and carried a faint, earthy smell, like damp soil and something else. Something I couldn't quite place. "Okay, Ethan," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. "I'm going to take a look inside. Can you tell me what's keeping you stuck?" I peered further into the hollow, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. I could make out the rough, uneven texture of the inner wood, the way the grain twisted and turned. And then I saw him, wedged deep within the hollow, his small face pale and streaked with tears, was the boy. He was looking directly at me, his eyes wide with fear. He didn't appear to be caught on anything specific, just stuck. The hollow seemed to narrow around him, as if the tree itself was holding him in its grasp. But that wasn't the impossible part. The impossible part was how he had gotten in there in the first place. I examined the opening carefully. It was irregular, with rough edges and no clear point of entry or exit large enough for an 8-year-old boy to have squeezed through. It was barely big enough for me to fit my head and shoulders inside. There was no way he could have climbed into that space. It was as if the tree had simply grown around him. A wave of disorientation washed over me. My training, my experience, none of it prepared me for this. It defied logic, defied the natural world as I understood it. How could a child end up trapped inside a solid tree limb with no apparent way in? I don't know how I got here," Ethan whimpered, his voice echoing slightly within the hollow. "I was just climbing, and then I was inside." "Climbing what?" There were no climbable branches near the hollow, nothing that would have allowed him to access it. The surface of the limb around the opening was smooth and unbroken. I reached into the hollow, trying to get a better sense of how he was wedged. His small body filled the space completely. I could feel the rough wood pressing against his arms and legs. He wasn't snagged on anything, just tightly confined by the shape of the cavity. "Okay, Ethan, I'm going to try and pull you out," I said. "Tell me if it hurts." I gripped his small hands, which were surprisingly cold, and gently tried to pull him towards the opening. He didn't budge. I tried again, a little harder this time. Still nothing. He was wedged in there solid. "It's no use," he sobbed. "I can't move." Panic started to bubble in my chest. I was a trained rescuer. I had faced dangerous situations before, but this was different. This wasn't a matter of technical skill or physical strength. This was something inexplicable, something that challenged the very foundations of my understanding of the world. I shone my flashlight around the inside of the hollow, trying to make sense of it. The wood was dark and gnarled, the grain twisting in strange patterns. There were no tool marks, no signs that the hollow had been carved out. It looked entirely natural, as if the tree had grown this way, with this perfectly child-sized cavity, deep within one of its massive limbs. But that was impossible. Trees don't grow around people. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Could there be another opening somewhere? Had the parents misremembered how he got up here? Could he have somehow squeezed through a smaller crack that had since shifted or closed? I called down to Mark and Sarah on the radio, my voice tight with a growing unease. Guys, I've reached the boy. He's inside a hollow in one of the upper limbs. There's no way he could have climbed in through the opening. There was a moment of silence before Mark's voice came back, filled with confusion. Inside a hollow? What do you mean, Rick? Just what I said, I replied. Is wedged inside a cavity in the limb. The opening isn't big enough for him to have gotten through. It's like the tree grew around him. I could hear the disbelief in Mark's silence. Sarah's voice followed, equally perplexed. Are you sure, Rick? Maybe there's another way in that you haven't seen. I scanned the surface of the limb again, meticulously checking for any other openings. Any cracks or fissures that might have been large enough for a child to squeeze through. There was nothing. The wood was solid, unbroken, except for the single, impossibly small opening where the boy was trapped. A cold dread began to seep into me, a feeling that went beyond the usual anxiety of a difficult rescue. This wasn't just difficult, it was impossible. And the impossible had happened. Looking at the boy's terrified face, illuminated by the beam of my flashlight in the darkness of the hollow, I knew one thing for sure. We had a lot more to deal with here than just a scared child stuck in a tree. Something was terribly wrong. Something ancient and inexplicable was at play within the silent depths of this colossal poplar. And I had a sinking feeling that we were only just beginning to understand the true horror of the situation. Hours crawled by, each minute stretching into an eternity, filled with futile effort and growing despair. We tried everything we could think of. We used ropes and slings to try and gently coax Ethan out of the hollow, but he remained stubbornly wedged, as if held in place by an invisible force. Mark climbed up to join me, bringing with him more specialized rigging gear. Together, we meticulously examined the opening and the interior of the hollow, searching for any clue, any obstruction that might be preventing us from freeing the boy. But there was nothing. He was simply stuck. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the forest. The temperature dropped, and a damp chill settled in the air. Ranger Davies kept us updated on the parents below, their anxiety escalating with each passing hour. We assured them we were doing everything we could, but the truth was, we were running out of ideas, and a cold knot of fear was tightening in my stomach. Logic dictated that there had to be a way. A child couldn't simply materialize inside a solid tree limb. There had to be an explanation, a rational reason for this impossible situation. But the more I examined the tree, the more I felt a growing sense of unreality. The smooth, unbroken surface of the limb around the hollow, the way the wood seemed to curve and flow around Ethan's small body, it all pointed to something unnatural, something that defied the laws of nature. I thought back to the local folklore, the old tales the mountain people used to tell around crackling fires on cold winter nights. stories of strange things happening in these ancient woods, of creatures and forces that lay hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary world. I had always dismissed them as superstition, the fanciful imaginings of people living in isolated communities. But now, staring at the impossible reality of Ethan trapped within this ancient tree, those old stories began to take on a new, unsettling significance. Could this tree be more than just a tree? Could it possess some kind of sentience? Some ancient, unknowable power? The thought felt insane. A desperate grasp at an explanation where none seemed to exist. But as the hours passed and our efforts yielded nothing, the insane began to feel disturbingly plausible. We tried to widen the opening, using small wedges and hand tools, being careful not to injure Ethan. But the wood was incredibly dense and unyielding, as if it were harder than stone in places. Each attempt was met with groaning, protests from the ancient tree, a low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air around us. It sent shivers down our spines. Ethan's cries had become weaker, punctuated by long, shuddering sobs. The darkness within the hollow seemed to deepen, and the earthy smell had grown stronger, heavier, tinged with a faint, metallic scent that I couldn't quite identify. "I'm so cold," Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. "And it's so dark." "We're still here, son," I reassured him, my voice strained. "We're not going anywhere. We're going to get you out." But even as I spoke the words, a deep sense of dread washed over me. What if we couldn't? What if he was truly stuck, not by any physical obstruction, but by something far more profound, far more terrifying? I shone my flashlight into the deepest recesses of the hollow, trying to see beyond where Ethan was wedged. The cavity seemed to extend further into the limb, twisting and turning in ways that made no anatomical sense. It was like looking into the organic depths of some living creature. And then I saw something. Faint at first, almost imperceptible in the dim light, but then clearer. Along the inner walls of the hollow, embedded in the wood itself, were thin, root-like structures. They weren't like normal tree roots, they were finer, almost hair-like, and they seemed to be intertwined with Ethan's clothing, even his skin in places. A wave of nausea rolled over me. This wasn't just a boy stuck in a hollow tree. This was something else entirely. It was as if the tree was absorbing him. I pulled back, my mind reeling. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but there was no other explanation. The tree hadn't just grown around him. It was actively holding him, binding him to itself. "Mark," I said, my voice hoarse, "come here." "Look inside." Mark peered into the hollow, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He was silent for a long moment, and then I heard him gasp. What is that?" he stammered, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. "I don't know," I replied, my own voice trembling. "But I think the tree is part of why he can't get out." We examined the root, like fibers, more closely. They seemed to be growing out of the wood, thin tendrils that wrapped around Ethan's limbs and torso. They weren't just superficial. They appeared to be embedded in his clothing, almost as if they were growing through it. The metallic scent in the air grew stronger, and I realized with a sickening lurch that it smelled like blood. Not fresh, gushing blood, but old, stagnant blood. A horrifying realization dawned on me. The boy hadn't just gotten stuck in the tree. The tree had somehow taken him in. We tried to pull him again, using more force this time, desperate to break whatever hold the tree had on him. But it was no use. The fibers seemed to tighten, and Ethan cried out in pain. We had to stop. The sun had fully set now, and the forest was plunged into darkness, broken only by the beams of our flashlights. The ancient poplar loomed above us, a silent, malevolent presence in the night. The low creaking sound intensified, and the air felt heavy, charged with an oppressive energy. Ranger Davies' voice crackled over the radio, his tone filled with increasing desperation. "Rick, what's going on up there? We need an update. His parents are frantic." What could I tell them? How could I explain the impossible horror of what we had found? "Davies," I said slowly, my voice barely above a whisper. It's not good. The boy is inside the tree, and there's something else going on here. Something I don't understand." There was a long silence on the other end of the radio. "What do you mean, Rick?" Davies finally asked, his voice strained with concern. I hesitated, searching for words to describe the indescribable. I think the tree has him. There are, root, like things growing around him, holding him in place. It's like he's becoming part of the tree." Another long silence, broken only by the sound of the wind, rustling through the leaves high above. "Rick," Davies said at last, his voice low and serious. "I don't know what you're seeing up there, but you need to get that boy out. His life could be in danger." His life was already in danger. We were facing something that defied our understanding of life and death, nature and the unnatural. We continued to try, our efforts growing more frantic as the night wore on. We used knives to try and cut the fibers, but they seemed to regenerate almost as quickly as we severed them. The tree groaned and creaked with increasing intensity, as if in pain or anger. Ethan's breathing grew shallow and ragged. His skin was cold and clammy, and his eyes were glazed over with a distant, unfocused look. The earthy, metallic smell emanating from the hollow was overpowering now, a cloying odor of decay and something else, something ancient and hungry. Looking at the boy, fading away within the embrace of the ancient poplar, I felt a profound sense of helplessness. We were trained to face the dangers of the natural world, but this was beyond anything we had ever encountered. We were facing something impossible, something that had reached out from the depths of the ancient forest and claimed its own. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, casting a pale, ethereal light through the trees, Ethan's breathing stopped. He was gone, taken by the ancient poplar, with its very being. We finally managed to pull his small, lifeless body from the hollow. The root, like fibers, remained, stubbornly clinging to his clothes and skin, a macabre testament to the tree's unnatural embrace. We descended in silence, carrying the weight of our failure and the horrifying truth of what we had witnessed. The parents' grief was a raw, visceral thing, a pain that echoed the ancient sorrow of the woods around us. We never found a logical explanation for what happened to Ethan Miller. The official report would likely list it as a tragic accident, a boy who somehow became trapped in a hollow tree. But we knew the truth. We knew that something ancient and terrible resided within the depths of the Appalachian Mountains, something capable of the impossible. And as I walked away from that impossibly large, silent poplar, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching us, waiting patiently for its next claim. The height of the tree, the impossibility of the situation, they were just pieces of a much larger, much more terrifying puzzle. A puzzle that whispered of a world where the natural and the supernatural blurred, and where the ancient heart of the wilderness held secrets far beyond human comprehension. My name is Rachel Cole. For the last 12 years, I've been a ranger with the Maine Warden Service, stationed here at Baxter State Park. Most people who know the park know it for one reason, Katadine. The mountain is the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail, a formidable beast of granite and wind that serves as the final trial for thousands of through hikers every year. They see it as an ending, a finish line. For me, it's just home. I've walked its trails in the sweltering humidity of July, the crisp, vibrant burst of September, and the biting cold of early November, when the world is holding its breath, waiting for the snow. This is my season, the closing. When the park officially shuts the gates to Katadine for the winter, my last job is to perform the final sweep. It's a methodical, lonely task. I start at the base and hike the Able Trail, the most direct and steepest route to the summit. I check the lean toes, the campsites, the hidden hollows just off the path. My purpose is to ensure no one is left behind. Every year. There are stragglers, hikers who pushed their luck with the weather, who underestimated the mountain's ferocity, or who simply couldn't bear for the journey to be over. I'm the one who finds them and tells them it's time to go home. The mountain is closing. This year, the air had a different edge. The cold came earlier, sharper. The vibrant reds and oranges of the foliage had vanished almost overnight, leaving a stark, skeletal landscape of gray bark and brown earth. The silence was deeper, too. The usual chatter of squirrels and jays had been replaced by the mournful sigh of the wind whistling through the barren trees. It was a liminal space, the pause between the life of autumn and the death of winter, and the mountain felt impatient. I began my sweep on a Tuesday, under a sky the color of slate. The first day was uneventful, the lower sections of the trail predictably empty. The wooden signs at the trailheads were stark and clear. Tire silos di farti sison. Most hikers heed the warning. Katadine in the late fall is not a place for the unprepared or the unlucky. The weather can turn in an instant. A sunny afternoon becoming a whiteout blizzard with no notice. The mountain doesn't forgive mistakes. By the second day, I was above the dense forest, entering the scrubland that clings to the mountain's lower slopes. The wind was a constant pressure against my back, a physical presence urging me onward. It carried the scent of pine and impending snow. I felt the familiar solitude settle over me, a comfortable blanket I've worn for years. Up here, you are utterly alone with your thoughts and the rhythm of your own breathing. It's a state that can drive some people mad, but I find a certain peace in it. It strips away the non-essential. It was late in the afternoon when I saw it, just below the tree line, where the stunted, wind-twisted firs make their last stand against the alpine zone. A splash of unnatural color stood out against the muted landscape. A tent. A small, dome-style tent in a bright, garish blue that seemed to scream its defiance at the monochrome world around it. My heart rate quickened. A familiar mix of professional concern and adrenaline. It was a bad spot to camp. Too exposed, too high up. Especially with the forecast calling for the first major snowfall of the season that night. I unclipped my radio from my shoulder strap, my thumb hovering over the transmit button as I approached. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin against the wind.
Park Ranger!
"Anyone in there?" Only the wind answered. It whipped the tent's rainfly, making it snap and pop like a flag in a gale. I circled the tent slowly. It was a Hilleberg, a top of the line brand from Sweden built to withstand extreme conditions. This wasn't some casual camper who had wandered off the path. The stakes were driven deep into the hard ground, the guy lines taut and perfectly angled. Whoever pitched this tent knew exactly what they were doing. But where were they? There were no tracks around the tent, but the ground was frozen and rocky, unlikely to hold prints anyway. I saw no sign of a campfire, no scattered gear, no indication of a hasty departure. It was just the tent, sitting in perfect, silent order. I called out again, louder this time, my voice straining. The silence that followed was heavy, absolute. Protocol is clear in these situations. An unattended tent this late in the season is a potential emergency. I had every right to check for identification or any clue as to the owner's whereabouts. Still, it felt like a violation, a trespass into a stranger's private space. With a deep breath, I knelt and carefully unzipped the outer fly. The inner zipper was next. As I pulled the tab, the metallic rasp was jarringly loud in the quiet. The inside was as neat and orderly as the outside. A high-performance sleeping bag was unrolled on a sleeping pad. A small stove, a fuel canister, and a titanium pot were arranged neatly in one corner. A backpack, lean and packed with professional efficiency, was propped against the side. It was all there. Everything a hiker would need to survive, except the hiker. Then I saw the book. It was a small, leather-bound journal, lying open on the center of the sleeping bag. It was placed as if it had been left for someone to find. For me to find. The pages were filled with a neat, compact script, the daily log of a long journey. I knew I shouldn't read it, but I also knew I had to. This was no longer just about protocol. A cold dread, colder than the wind, was beginning to seep into my bones. I picked up the journal. The last entry was dated yesterday. I skimmed the earlier pages first. The entries began months ago, far down in Georgia. They were full of the typical through hiker observations, the beauty of the landscape, the challenges of the terrain, the camaraderie with fellow hikers, the endless obsession with food and mileage. The writer's name was David. He wrote with a dry wit and a clear love for the trail. But as the entries progressed, as he moved further north into New England, a subtle shift began to occur. September 14th, the White Mountains, NH. The whites are no joke. The weather is a living thing up here, and it's angry. Saw something strange today. A man on a parallel ridge, just standing there. He was too far away to see clearly, but he was wearing what looked like an old park ranger uniform, the kind you see in black and white photos. A smoky bear hat and everything. I waved, but he just stood there. When I looked back a minute later, he was gone. September 28th, Mahoosic Notch, ME, officially in Maine. The toughest mile of the AT is behind me. But he was there again. At the end of the notch, standing on a boulder. I was with two other hikers, Otter and Juniper. I pointed him out, but they couldn't see him. They just saw the boulder. They laughed it off, said I was seeing things. Trail fatigue. Maybe they're right. October 12th, the 100-mile wilderness. This is it, the final push. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's unnerving. The silence is different here. I haven't seen another hiker in 2 days, but I've seen him. He's closer now. I can make out his face. It's pale, impassive. He doesn't look at me, exactly. He just looks up the trail, and sometimes he points. Always north. always towards Katahdin. My hands were trembling as I read the final entry, the one the journal was open to. The handwriting was slightly less steady, as if written in a hurry or with a shaking hand. October 15th. Made it. Almost there. I can see the summit from my tent. It's right there. But I've been seeing him for the last 100 miles. A man in an old-timey ranger uniform, always at a distance. He doesn't talk, just points up the trail. The other hikers don't see him. I think he's the one who meets you at the end. Not the end of the trail. The other end. I closed the journal, the leather cool against my numb fingers. The sun had dipped below the western ridge, plunging the mountainside into a deep, purple shadow. The wind howled, a low, predatory growl. I was alone, miles from any road, with a missing man's ghost story in my hands. I looked up from the empty tent, my gaze drawn inexorably upward towards the jagged, granite peak of Katahdin, now a black silhouette against the dying light. And I felt a certainty that chilled me to my very soul. David wasn't lost. He had been led. I grabbed my radio, my voice finally steady. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Cole. I have a situation at the Katahdin tree line. Code 1061. Unattended camp. And I think we have a missing person." But as I said the words, I knew they were a lie. You can't be missing when you've reached your destination. The radio crackled back to life. The voice of Mark, the night dispatcher. Tinny and distant. "Roger that, Rachel. Give me the details." I relayed everything I knew, sticking to the facts. The name from the journal, David Miller. The state of the camp. The high-end gear. The lack of any sign of struggle or foul play. I described the last journal entry, carefully editing it for a professional report. "Last entry indicates he was planning to summit," I said, leaving out the part about the man who meets you at the other end. Mark wouldn't know what to do with that. And frankly, neither did I. "Okay, Cole," he said, his voice a calm, procedural anchor in my swirling thoughts. "Storm's moving in fast. Sauer won't be able to get up to you until first light. Are you equipped to spend the night?" "Affirmative," I replied. "I have my gear." "Good. Secure the scene. Bag up his personal effects. We'll treat this as an active search. But you stay put. Do not, I repeat, do not attempt to search on your own." "That's an order." "Understood," I said. "Call out." The radio went silent, and the immense, profound quiet of the mountain rushed back in. Secure the scene. It sounded so simple. But it meant dismantling this last bastion of a man's life. I worked methodically, the cold biting at my fingertips. I carefully placed the journal into a Ziploc bag, feeling its weight in my palm. It felt heavier than it should, dense with unspoken fears. I deflated the sleeping pad, rolled the sleeping bag, and disassembled the small stove. The last thing to go was the tent. As I pulled the stakes and the blue fabric collapsed, the landscape became whole again. A seamless tapestry of gray rock and brown earth. It was as if David Miller had never been there at all. I pitched my own small, one-person bivouac a few yards away, a tiny patch of olive green against the encroaching darkness. As the first snowflakes began to drift down, fat and wet, I crawled inside, the world shrinking to the few feet of space around me. The night was an eternity. The storm hit with a fury that was pure Katahdin. The wind shrieked, a physical force that pressed down on my shelter, threatening to rip it from its anchors. Snow piled up against the sides, muffling the outside world until the only sounds were the gale and the frantic rabbit, like thumping of my own heart. I tried to think about procedure, about search grids and probabilities. But my mind kept drifting back to David's words. A man in an old-timey ranger uniform. He doesn't talk, just points. Sometime after midnight, I heard it. Through the howl of the wind, there was another sound, a rhythmic, heavy crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the sound of footsteps in deep snow. Slow, deliberate, and getting closer. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. My hand crept to the canister of bear spray I kept by my head. It couldn't be an animal. The rhythm was too steady, too human. The footsteps circled my bivvy, once, twice. I held my breath, listening, my ears straining against the roar of the storm. Then they stopped. Right outside, inches from my head. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the sound had been. I lay there, paralyzed, waiting. For what? A voice. A claw tearing through the fabric. What came was worse. A single soft tap on the nylon, right next to my ear. It wasn't a branch. It wasn't ice falling. It was the distinct, deliberate touch of a fingertip. A scream tore from my throat, raw and involuntary. I scrambled backward in the cramped space, fumbling for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy with terror. I finally clicked it on, bathing the tiny interior in a stark. I ripped the zipper open and thrust my head out into the blizzard. The beam cut through the swirling vortex of white, illuminating nothing. There were no tracks but my own from earlier, and even those were rapidly disappearing under the fresh fall. There was no one there. There was nothing. Just the mountain and the storm and the suffocating, absolute certainty that I was not alone. The storm broke with the dawn. I hadn't slept. I emerged from my shelter into a transformed world, pristine and silent, buried under a foot of new snow. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. By 8 a.m., I could hear the distant thwump of the helicopter. The search and rescue team arrived, led by my boss Al, a man whose face was a roadmap of mountain weather. They were all business. They listened to my report as they geared up. I told them everything, except for the footsteps and the tap. They would have pulled me off the mountain for a psych evaluation. Al nodded grimly as I finished. Okay, Rachel. Good work holding the scene. His eyes scanned the area. Snows covered everything. He must have pushed for the summit yesterday afternoon. Tried to beat the storm. Got caught, it happens. It was the official story, formed before the search had even begun. It was logical, plausible, and tragic, and I knew it was wrong. We searched all day. We followed grid patterns across the boulder fields, probed snowdrifts with our avalanche poles, and scanned the treacherous, ice-coated ridges with binoculars. We found nothing. No broken gear. No splash of color from a jacket, no body. The mountain held its secrets tight. As the sun began to dip low again, casting long, blue shadows across the snow, Al called it. We're done for the day. We'll post him as missing, presumed deceased. The mountain will give him back in the spring. Maybe. The team packed up their gear, their movements efficient, their faces somber but resigned. This was part of the job. But I couldn't accept it. As they prepared to leave, I stood apart, raising my binoculars one last time. My hands were perfectly steady. I bypassed the lower slopes and focused on the summit, the jagged spine of the knife edge. It was a place no one could have survived in last night's storm. My gaze swept across the brilliant white and the dark, exposed rock. Then it stopped. There, on the highest point, silhouetted against the piercing blue sky, was a figure. It was a dark shape, standing perfectly still. Too far to make out a face, but the form was unmistakable. The straight-backed posture, the broad-brimmed, flap-topped hat of a bygone era. My blood ran cold. It was him, the man from the journal. As I watched, frozen, the figure slowly lifted an arm. It didn't wave. It didn't beckon. It simply pointed. Not at me, not down the mountain, but upward, at the empty sky beyond the peak.
Rachel!
Let's go. Al's voice broke the spell. I lowered my binoculars, my heart hammering. When I looked back up with my naked eyes, the summit was empty. The figure was gone. You see something? Al asked, walking over to me. I shook my head, the lie catching in my throat. No, I whispered. Nothing. Just the wind. But I knew what I had seen. David Miller hadn't been trying to beat the storm. He had been keeping an appointment. And his guide was still up there waiting. The helicopter ride down the mountain was a descent from a sharp, cold reality into a muffled, disbelieving world. The official report on David Miller was filed, missing, presumed deceased due to exposure. The case was closed. His expensive gear was cataloged and stored in an evidence locker. His family was notified. For everyone else, it was a sad but not uncommon tragedy. For me, it was the beginning of an obsession. The winter locked the park in ice and silence. My duties shifted to patrols on snowshoes, checking for poachers and monitoring the deep snowpack. But my mind was elsewhere. It was up on the frozen summit with the memory of a silent figure pointing at the sky. I kept David's journal. It was against regulations, but I couldn't bring myself to turn it in. I read it over and over, the pages becoming soft and worn under my touch. His words were a constant, nagging whisper in the back of my mind. He's the one who meets you at the end. I started spending my evenings in the park's archives, a dusty, forgotten room in the basement of the main lodge. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and decaying glue. I told Al I was researching historical snowfall patterns. In reality, I was hunting for a ghost. I pored over decades of ranger logs, personnel files, and incident reports. I was looking for a man in an old-timey uniform, a man who didn't exist in any official capacity. The work was tedious, a search for a needle in a haystack the size of a mountain. Most nights I found nothing, but the memory of the footsteps in the snow, the tap on my bivvy drove me on. I wasn't crazy. What I experienced was real. What David experienced was real. One night in late January, I found him. It was in a brittle, yellowed logbook from 1938. The entry was handwritten in elegant, fading ink. It detailed the search for a ranger named Silas Blackwood. He had gone up for a final late, seasoned sweep of the new trails being cut on the upper mountain, and had never returned. A blizzard, much like the one I had endured, had moved in unexpectedly. The search party found his snowshoes and his pack near the tree line, but Silas himself was gone. The report concluded he had likely fallen into a crevasse, and his body was lost to the mountain. But it was the notes scribbled in the margins by the head ranger at the time that made my blood freeze. Silas was always strange about the mountain. The note read, called it the Great Crossing. He used to say his job wasn't just to keep people safe on the trail, but to guide the lost ones home, even if home wasn't down the mountain. Some of the younger men were spooked by him, said he'd appear on ridges where he couldn't possibly be. Tucked into the back of the logbook was a faded, black and white photograph of the ranger staff from that year. And there he was. A tall, gaunt man with piercing eyes, standing straight-backed, wearing the distinctive broad, brimmed, flap-top hat of the era. Silas Blackwood, the guide. A cold certainty settled over me. Silas hadn't died on the mountain. He had become part of it. He was the one who met you at the end of the line. He was the one who guided you across. The rest of the winter was a blur. My obsession with Silas Blackwood and David Miller became a quiet madness. Al noticed the change in me. "You're burning out, Cole," he told me one afternoon, his voice laced with concern. "You need to take some time. Leave the mountain alone for a while." I knew he was right, but I couldn't. The mountain wouldn't let me. The image of Silas pointing at the sky was burned into my memory. What was he pointing at? What was at the other end? As the first signs of the spring thaw began, I knew I had to go back. It was irrational, dangerous, and a direct violation of park policy. But the need to know was a physical ache, a pull stronger than reason. I waited for a clear weather window, packed a light bag with only the essentials, and told no one where I was going. I started my ascent before dawn, the snow still frozen and firm under my crampons. The silence was absolute, the world a stark study in black and white. As I climbed higher, the air grew thin and bitingly cold. The physical exertion was immense, but my mind was preternaturally clear. I wasn't afraid. I felt like I was heading to a long overdue meeting. I reached the tree line, the place where I had found David's tent, by midday. I didn't stop. I pushed onward, into the alpine zone, the world opening up into a vast expanse of rock, snow, and sky. The summit loomed above me, a jagged crown of granite. And I saw him. He was standing on the summit, right next to the iconic wooden sign that marked the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. He wasn't a distant silhouette this time. He was solid real. Silas Blackwood in his old-timey uniform, his face pale and impassive, just as David had described. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the sign. I continued to climb, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart a drum against my ribs. When I was 50 feet from the summit, he slowly lifted his arm. He pointed. Not at the sky, not at me. He pointed directly at the sign. And in that moment, I understood. The sign read, Kidejan, northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. A mountain footpath extending over 2,000 miles to Springer Mountain, Georgia. He wasn't pointing at the words. He was pointing at the end. The final, literal end of the line. The place where the journey stopped. David's journal entry echoed in my head. Not the end of the trail. The other end. Silas wasn't a malevolent spirit. He was a psychopomp, a ferryman. His duty was to show those who were ready, those who had reached their true end, the way to the next place. He pointed the way off the map of the living. I reached the summit and collapsed against the sign, the wood rough against my cheek. He was gone. The summit was empty except for me and the vast, indifferent sky. I never found David Miller's body. No one ever did. I still work as a ranger at Baxter. The incident changed me. The sharp edges of my obsession had softened into a quiet, unsettling acceptance. I am part of the mountain's secret now. I know what waits at the end of the trail. And so every year, when the leaves have fallen and the air grows cold, I perform my final duty. I do the sweep. I walk the lonely trail up Katahdin, making sure the last of the through. Hikers are off the mountain before the snows hit. And sometimes, when I'm up there alone, I'll see a figure on the ridge above, a man in an old-timey ranger uniform. He doesn't talk. He just points the way. And I know he's not pointing for me. Not yet. He's just watching, waiting for the next hiker who is ready to see him. The next soul who has finally reached the other end. My name is Alex. For as long as I can remember, The wilderness has been my sanctuary. Not the curated, sign-posted nature of national parks, but the raw, untamed heart of the deep woods. I'm an analyst by trade, a job that confines me to a world of concrete, glass, and the ceaseless hum of servers. My life is in greed of data points and predictable outcomes. Perhaps that's why I seek the opposite in my leisure. The unpredictable, the unscripted, the profound silence of a place that has never known a city's touch. I've camped in the Rockies during late autumn snows, navigated the sweltering bayous of Louisiana, and felt the coastal winds of Maine try to rip my tent from its moorings. I'm not a thrill seeker, but a solitude seeker. I believed I was prepared for anything the wild could throw at me. I was wrong. This trip was meant to be the pinnacle of my experiences, a true test of my self-reliance. The chosen location was a swath of old, growth forest in the northern part of the state, a place notoriously difficult to access and therefore beautifully empty. It wasn't on any official campsite map. I'd found the coordinates on an old surveyor's chart, a forgotten pocket of wilderness marked only by contour lines and a name that seemed more like a warning: Blackwood Pines. I wasn't going entirely alone, though. My two closest friends, Liam and Chloe, had insisted on coming. Liam, a structural engineer, was my anchor to logic. He viewed the world as a series of problems to be solved with physics and reason. To him, every strange noise had a rational source, every fear a psychological root. He was sturdy, reliable, and deeply skeptical of anything that couldn't be measured or proven. Chloe was his opposite, an artist who worked with natural materials. She saw the world through a lens of emotion and intuition. She felt the energy of a place, the history in the soil, and the stories told by the wind. She was drawn to the beauty of the woods, but was also keenly aware of its latent power, a sensitivity that often left her more vulnerable to its darker moods. We were a balanced trio: the pragmatist, the mystic, and me, the experienced guide who stood somewhere in between. The journey itself was a gradual shedding of civilization. The 6-lane highway bled into a 2-lane country road, which in turn narrowed into a gravel track that scraped the underbelly of my 4iX4. The last sign of human life was a dilapidated gas station with a hand-painted sign and a proprietor, whose eyes seemed as old and weary as the peeling paint on his walls. He'd given us a strange look when I mentioned we were heading toward the old logging trails. Not much out there but trees and quiet, he'd said, his voice a dry rustle. Too quiet for some. At the time, I dismissed it as the ramblings of a lonely old man. When my GPS finally gave up, displaying nothing but a blank grid and a blinking icon of our car in a sea of green, I switched to the paper map and compass. A few more miles of jarring, rutted terrain, and we were there. The clearing was just as the surveyor's map had promised: a small, circular meadow carpeted in moss and hemmed in by a monolithic wall of pine trees. They were magnificent, ancient sentinels whose tops clawed at the pale blue sky, but they stood too close together, their dense boughs interlocking to form a canopy that cast the clearing in a premature twilight, even in the middle of the afternoon. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. But it was the silence that struck us first. It wasn't the peaceful, vibrant silence of a living forest, punctuated by the chatter of squirrels or the distant call of a bird. This was a dead silence, a heavy, suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb sound. Our car doors closing sounded like gunshots, unnaturally loud and intrusive. Well, this is Remote, Lime said, his voice a little too loud, as if to challenge the quiet. Chloe didn't say anything. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself, slowly turning in a circle as she scanned the tree line. Her expression was one of awe mixed with a deep, primal unease I recognized but chose to ignore. "It's perfect," I announced, my voice full of forced confidence. "No people, no noise. Just us." We fell into the familiar, comforting rhythm of setting up camp. I directed the placement of the 2 tents, positioning them near the center of the clearing with their doors facing the large stone, lined fire pit I'd begun to construct. Liam, ever the engineer, gathered firewood with an almost comical efficiency, sorting the pieces by size and dryness. Chloe unpacked the food, her movements slow and deliberate, her eyes constantly flitting towards the dark wall of trees that encircled us. The routine was a shield, a set of mundane tasks to keep the oppressive atmosphere at bay. For a while, it worked. The crackle of the fire we soon had roaring was a welcome defiance against the silence. As dusk began to bleed through the forest, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, we settled into our camp chairs. The fire was a cheerful, dancing beacon, pushing the encroaching darkness back to the edge of the clearing. It was our tiny island of light and warmth in an immense, silent ocean. We cooked hot dogs on sharpened sticks and drank beer, the familiar ritual loosening our tension. Liam told a terrible joke, and Chloe's laughter, though a bit strained, was a welcome sound. I felt a sense of pride. I had brought them here, to this place of profound beauty and solitude. That's when we heard the first sound. Snap. It was the sharp, distinct crack of a dry twig breaking under weight. It came from the darkness just beyond the reach of our firelight. In a normal forest, it would have been meaningless. Here, in this vacuum of sound, it was an explosion. All 3 of us froze mid-motion. Liam's hot dog hovered over the flames. Chloe's hand was clamped over her mouth. My eyes were fixed on the spot where the sound had originated. "Just a deer," Liam said finally, his voice a low murmur. "Or a raccoon. Relax." It sounded close. Chloe whispered, her eyes wide in the flickering firelight. "Animals are curious," I said, trying to sound like the seasoned expert I was supposed to be. "It probably smelled our food and came to investigate. It's more scared of us than we are of it. But it didn't feel like a deer. A deer is clumsy. It would have made more noise as it moved through the underbrush. This was a single, deliberate sound, followed by a return to that same, profound silence. It felt like a statement, "I am here." We tried to recapture the easy mood, but it was gone. The spell was broken. The silence was no longer empty, it was listening. Every pop and hiss from the fire was now a potential threat. The darkness was no longer just an absence of light. It was a presence, a living thing that pressed in on our small circle. After a few minutes of tense quiet, I stood up. "I'm just going to have a look," I said, grabbing my high, lumen tactical flashlight from my pack. "I don't think that's a good idea," Chloe said, her voice trembling slightly. "It's fine. I'll stay within the clearing. Probably just a fox." My own words sounded hollow. I clicked on the flashlight, and a powerful white beam sliced through the night. I walked slowly around the perimeter of our camp, sweeping the light back and forth across the tree line. The beam illuminated the rough bark of the pines, the damp moss on the ground, and a thick carpet of fallen needles. It revealed nothing. No glowing eyes, no fleeing shapes, just trees, an endless impenetrable wall of them. Yet, The feeling of being watched was so intense it, like a physical touch on the back of my neck. I completed my circle and returned to the fire, offering a shrug that I hoped looked more convincing than it felt. An hour passed. The fire dwindled to a bed of glowing, orange embers. The beer was gone. The conversation had died. We were just three figures huddled together, listening to the silence. And then, the silence was filled. It started so faintly I thought I was imagining it, a trick of the wind. A soft, sibilant sound, like the sighing of air through leaves. But it wasn't the wind. The air was unnervingly still. The sound grew, resolving itself into what could only be described as whispers. There were no discernible words, just a hushed, overlapping murmur of voices. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. From the trees to our left, from the darkness behind us, from the canopy high above. "Do you hear that?" Chloe breathed, her face a pale mask of terror. Liam was on his feet, his head cocked. "It's the wind," he said, his voice tight with forced rationality. "It's the wind in the pine needles. Listen." He grabbed a handful of dry needles from the ground and rubbed them together near his ear. A soft, rustling sound was produced. "See?" But it wasn't the same. The sound he made was random, chaotic. The sound from the woods had a cadence, a rhythm. It rose and fell like a hushed, urgent conversation taking place just beyond our ability to comprehend. It was the sound of 100 secrets being shared in the dark. The whispering grew in volume, weaving and circling around our camp. It was a maddening, invasive sound that bypassed the ears and seemed to settle directly in the center of the brain. We drew closer together, our shoulders touching a tiny, terrified human island. I grabbed the flashlight again, my knuckles white. I swept the beam frantically across the tree line, back and forth, a desperate attempt to put a face to the sound. For a split second, the beam caught something. It was a pale shape, low to the ground, just at the edge of the trees. It was a flicker of movement, something that was there, and then vanishing the moment the light touched it. "Did you see that?" I yelled, my voice cracking. "See what?" "I didn't see anything." Liam's voice was sharp with panic. Chloe just let out a small, choked sob. I held the light steady on the spot. But there was nothing there, just the gnarled roots of a pine tree. Was it an animal? An owl taking flight? A trick of the light and my frayed nerves? I had to believe it was. I had to. And then, as suddenly as it began, the whispering stopped. The silence that rushed back in was a physical blow. It was heavier, more menacing than before. It was the silence of a predator that has stopped stalking and is now simply waiting. We were frozen, every muscle tensed, our ears straining against the quiet. That's when the new sound began. It was much closer, unmistakably clear. The soft, deliberate crunch of a footstep on the dry leaves and pine needles of the forest floor. Crunch. A pause. Crunch. It was slow, methodical. And it was moving in a wide circle around our campsite, just out of sight in the suffocating darkness. Time ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into glacial epochs, each one defined by the agonizing space between the sounds. Crunch. A pause that felt like a held breath. Crunch. Another pause, filled with the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs. The footsteps weren't random. They weren't the meandering path of a curious animal. They were measured, patient, and intelligent. A perimeter was being established. We were being enclosed. Liam, my anchor of logic, was adrift. He stood rigid, his face illuminated by the dying embers of the fire. his usual confident posture replaced by a tense, defensive crouch. His skepticism had been a solid wall, but now cracks were beginning to show. He kept darting his eyes from side to side, trying to pierce the oppressive darkness, trying to find a physical source for a sound that felt fundamentally unnatural. He had his car keys clutched in his hand, the metal teeth digging into his palm. It was a modern talisman, a symbol of an escape that felt impossibly far away. Chloe was a statue of pure terror. She had sunk to her knees in the dirt, her hands covering her ears as if she could physically block out the sound. But it was useless. The sound wasn't just auditory. It was a vibration that traveled through the ground, up our spines, and settled deep in our bones. Soft, guttural sobs escaped her, muffled by her palms. Of the three of us, she was the one who had felt the wrongness of this place from the beginning, and now her intuition was being validated in the most horrific way imaginable. As for me, the experienced guide, the solitude seeker, I was paralyzed by a conflict of duties. My survival instinct screamed at me to run, to grab my friends and flee into the night. But my rational mind, the part that had planned this trip, knew that running blindly into a forest you don't know, in the pitch black, was a death sentence. We would be separated, lost. We would be hunted. My role as protector warred with my own burgeoning terror. I was responsible for bringing them here. This was my fault. The weight of that realization was as heavy and suffocating as the silence that had preceded the footsteps. I tightened my grip on the heavy flashlight, its metal body cold and solid in my sweaty hand. "Hello," I called out, my voice a pathetic, trembling thing. "Is someone there? Are you lost?" The only answer was another deliberate crunch, this time closer, to our right. It was ignoring me. Or, worse, it was acknowledging me, letting me know my words were meaningless. "It's a person," Lamb whispered, his voice raspy. "It has to be. Some psycho trying to mess with us." The explanation was desperate. A man trying to fit a terrifying, shapeless peg into a familiar, round hole. A psycho was something he could understand. A psycho had limits, rules. A psycho was human. No human walks that slowly. Chloe choked out from behind her hands. No human is that quiet between steps. She was right. The silence between the footfalls was absolute. There was no rustle of clothing, no heavy breathing, no secondary sounds of passage. There was only the step, then a void, then the next step. It was the sound of something that moved with an economy of motion that was deeply, deeply wrong. Then the footsteps stopped. The silence that returned was 1,000 times worse than before. It was no longer a passive absence of sound, but an active, predatory presence. It was the silence of a held breath, of a predator coiled to strike. We were all straining our ears, listening for the next crunch that never came. Where had it stopped? Was it right there? Just beyond the glow of the embers, watching us with unseen eyes. The not knowing was a form of torture. We remained frozen like that for what felt like an eternity, a tableau of fear around a dying fire. The last of the orange embers faded to a dull, listless gray. The darkness was now total, save for the cold, distant light of the stars that managed to pierce the thick canopy above. Our small island of safety had been extinguished. We were well and truly in its world now. That's when a new sound started, and it came from behind us. Zazazip. It was the slow, deliberate sound of a tent zipper being pulled down. It came from my tent, which was positioned about 15 feet behind where we were standing. It wasn't a quick, fluid motion. It was a drawn-out, grating sound. Each metal tooth of the zipper parting from its partner with agonizing slowness. We all spun around in unison. I pointed my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly the beam danced wildly across the nylon dome of my tent. The beam finally settled on the door. It was wide open. A black, gaping maw in the side of the small structure. Did you leave that open, Alex? Lamb stammered. No, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I zipped it shut. I always do. Keeps the bugs out. We stared at the open tent, our minds refusing to process what we were seeing. Nothing came out. Nothing went in. It was just open. An invitation. A violation. Our sanctuary had been breached without a sound, save for that final, taunting zip. Something had been inside our camp, feet away from us, while we were distracted by the footsteps. It had been right there. That broke us. The illusion of control, of safety in our numbers, shattered into a million pieces. A collective, primal fear took over. Inside. Now I hissed, grabbing Chloe by the arm and pulling her to her feet. Get in your tent, both of you. There was no argument. We scrambled, stumbling over our own feet in the dark. Towards the second tent, the one Liam and Chloe were supposed to share. Liam fumbled with the zipper, his engineering precision gone. Replaced by frantic, clumsy movements, he finally tore it open, and Chloe practically threw herself inside. Liam followed, and I dove in right after them, pulling the zipper closed with a frantic, sharp tug. We were now 3 grown adults crammed into a 2-person tent, our bodies a tangled mess of limbs and panicked, shallow breaths. The air was immediately thick and hot. The smell of fear was potent. A sore, metallic scent. Outside, the world was gone. Our universe had shrunk to the thin, fragile nylon walls of our shelter. The silence returned, but it was different in here. It was claustrophobic. Every tiny sound was magnified. The rustle of our clothing was like a landslide. The sound of our own breathing was a roaring tempest in our ears. We were trapped in an echo chamber of our own terror. And then, the whispering started again. But this time, it wasn't all around us. It was low, and it was coming from right outside the tent wall, just inches from my head. It was no longer 100 voices, but one. A dry, sibilant hiss that scraped at the edge of hearing. It wasn't speaking words, but it was conveying a message nonetheless. It was a sound of ancient malice, of a hunger that had waited a very, very long time. Chloe let out a muffled scream, burying her face in Liam's chest. Liam had his arms wrapped around her, his own face a mask of disbelief and horror. He was finally facing something that defied all his laws of physics and reason. The whispering slowly moved along the side of the tent, and with it came another sound. A soft, wet, dragging noise. The sound of something heavy and soft being pulled through the dirt and pine needles. I could feel a pressure against the tent wall as it passed, the nylon deforming slightly inwards following its movement. It was touching our shelter. It was examining its catch. My curiosity, my need to know, finally overwhelmed my fear. It was a stupid, suicidal impulse, but I had to see. I had to put a face to the terror that was dismantling my world. Slowly, quietly, I shifted my weight. I moved my head towards the small, crescent-shaped mesh window on the tent door. My movements were infinitesimal, my breath held tight in my chest. I told myself I would just peek. A quick glance. That's all. I pressed my eye to the mesh. At first I saw nothing but the impenetrable black of the night. But as my eye adjusted, I began to make out a shape, silhouetted against the slightly less black wall of trees on the far side of the clearing. It was tall, impossibly tall, and thin. Its limbs were long and spindly, like the branches of a dead tree, and they were bent at angles that no human or animal anatomy should allow. It was standing over my tent, the one with the open door. It was hunched over, its head lowered as if it were peering inside. And then it lifted its head and turned, slowly, to look directly at our tent. I couldn't see a face. There was only a pale, smooth, and featureless oval. A blank canvas of skin where a face should be. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that it was looking right at me. It knew I was watching. I recoiled from the window, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the far wall of the tent, my eyes wide with an unspeakable horror. What did you see?" Liam hissed, his voice trembling. I couldn't speak. I could only shake my head, my mind struggling to erase the image. The pale, faceless thing. The long, broken limbs. The way it knew. Outside, the dragging sound stopped. The whispering ceased. A new sound began. A soft, experimental tap. Tapping on the taut nylon wall of our tent, right where my head had been moments before. The tapping was delicate, almost gentle. Tap, tap, tap. It was the sound a curious child might make on a window pane. A soft, inquisitive touch that was a universe away from the primal terror it ignited within us. Each tap was a spark on the frayed wires of our nerves. We were three animals in a trap, listening to the farmer idly tapping on the cage, deciding our fate. Inside the tent, our little world of hot, stale air and suffocating fear had become a pressure cooker. Liam was hyperventilating, his breaths coming in ragged, wheezing gasps. The last vestiges of his logical world had been systematically dismantled, and his mind, left with no framework to process the impossible, was simply shutting down. Chloe was eerily still beside him. She wasn't crying anymore. Her eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the nylon roof of the tent. She had retreated to a place deep within herself, where the horrors of the outside world couldn't reach her. A low, tuneless humming sound emanated from her throat, a continuous, monotonous note that was somehow more disturbing than her earlier screams. "Shut up," I hissed at both of them, my voice cracking with a fear so profound it felt like a physical illness. "Be quiet. Maybe it will go away." But I knew it wouldn't go away. It was playing with us. The tapping stopped, and for a blissful, agonizing second, there was only the sound of Liam's panicked breathing and Chloe's haunting hum. Then a new sound began. A slow, scraping noise against the tent fabric. It was the sound of a fingernail, or something like a fingernail, being dragged deliberately across the taut nylon. It moved from the point of the tapping, upwards, towards the apex of the tent, leaving a trail of goosebumps on my skin. The scraping stopped directly overhead. There was a pause. I could feel the weight of its attention pressing down on us. Then, the fabric of the tent began to stretch. A single point directly above us started to distend downwards, as if a great, bony finger were pressing into it. The nylon groaned in protest, the fibers straining against a weight they were never meant to bear. The point stretched further, the material turning almost translucent around the pressure point. That's when Liam broke.
Cheat OFF!
He shrieked, his voice a raw, animalistic roar of pure terror. He thrashed wildly, kicking his legs and flailing his arms. GETAWYWFROM-US. It was the worst possible thing he could have done. The moment his scream shattered the silence, the character of the presence outside changed. The slow, curious exploration was over. The play was done. With a sound like tearing canvas, the point of pressure ripped open. A long, jagged gash appeared in the roof of our tent. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, a substance began to drip through the tear. It wasn't blood. It was a thick, black, viscous fluid, like tar or crude oil, that smelled of pine rot and damp soil and something else. Something metallic and ancient. A single drop landed on my cheek. It was colder than ice, a cold that seemed to burn and numb the skin at the same time. Through the gash, I could see the sky again, a patch of cold, indifferent stars. And then, that patch of sky was blotted out as the pale, featureless face of the creature appeared in the opening, looking down at us. It had no eyes, but we were the sole focus of its perception. The sight of it, of that impossible, blank visage peering into our sanctuary, shattered the last of our composure. Chaos erupted. Liam was screaming incoherently, clawing at the tent zipper, his only thought to get out, to escape the suffocating confines of the trap. I was scrambling backwards, trying to pull Chloe with me, but she was a dead weight, her eyes still fixed on the ceiling, her humming unwavering, even as the black fluid dripped onto her face. The creature didn't need the zipper. With a single, fluid motion, one of its long, spindly arms swept down and tore the entire side of the tent away as if it were wet paper. The night air rushed in, shockingly cold. We were exposed. The small, claustrophobic space was gone, and we were suddenly back in the vast, silent clearing, laid bare at the feet of this impossible thing. It towered over us, a nightmarish silhouette against the stars. It was so thin it seemed to defy gravity, a twisted mockery of a human form assembled from sticks and shadows. The car. The words ripped from my throat. Ah. I shoved Chloe, trying to break her from her trance, and she stumbled to her feet, her movements wooden and unresponsive. Lime was already up, already running, a wild, panicked sprint towards the dark shape of my 4FE4 on the other side of the clearing. He didn't look back. I grabbed Chloe's hand. It was limp and cold. I pulled her, dragging her along with me as I ran. My lungs burned. My legs felt like lead. The ground was uneven, and I stumbled over roots and rocks. My only focus the distant promise of steel and glass. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The creature was no longer standing still. It was moving, and it was moving with an unnatural, terrifying speed. It didn't run. It seemed to unfold. Its long, jointed limbs covering the ground in great, loping strides that were both graceful and grotesque. And it wasn't coming for me and Chloe. It was moving towards Liam. Liam was fast, but he was running on pure adrenaline, his path erratic. The creature moved with a chilling purpose. It intercepted him before he was even halfway to the car. One of its arms, impossibly long, shot out and wrapped around his torso. Liam let out a single, high-pitched scream, a sound that was abruptly cut off. The creature lifted him from the ground as easily as I might lift a fallen branch. Liam's legs kicked uselessly in the air. I saw it turn its blank face towards him, and then it simply pulled. There was a sickening wet, tearing sound that will echo in my nightmares for the rest of my life. Liam's body went limp. I didn't see any more. I couldn't. I turned and ran, dragging the still, humming Chloe behind me. My mind was a white, hot blank of terror. There was no thought, only the primal, desperate need to get to the car. We reached it. My hands shook so violently, it took me three tries to get the key into the lock. The click of the doors, unlocking, was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I threw Chloe into the passenger seat, She folded into it like a doll and scrambled behind the wheel. My fingers fumbled with the ignition. Please start, please start, please start. The engine turned over, roaring to life with a sound that felt like a miracle. I slammed the car into reverse, not caring what I hit, and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun in the dirt, then caught. We shot backwards. I cranked the wheel, shifted into drive, and floored it. The headlights cut a swath through the darkness, illuminating the clearing as we fishtailed towards the logging trail. For a single, horrifying moment, the beams fell upon the creature. It was standing in the center of the clearing, right where our camp had been. It was hunched over what was left of Liam. It slowly lifted its head as the light hit it, its pale, featureless face turning towards us. It wasn't moving. It wasn't pursuing. It was just watching us leave. It had what it wanted. I drove like a madman, the 4x4 crashing and bouncing down the rutted trail. Branches scraped against the windows like claws. I didn't slow down. I didn't dare. I drove until the logging trail met the gravel road. And I drove until the gravel met the paved country lane. And I didn't stop until the first signs of civilization. A lit window, a street lamp, appeared like a promise of a world I no longer believed I belonged to. The rest of the journey is a blur. Chloe never stopped humming. Not once. I drove straight to the nearest hospital. I don't remember what I told the people in the emergency room. A wild animal attack, I think. A bear. They looked at Chloe, at her vacant eyes and the strange black substance dried on her face. And they looked at me, a man hollowed out by a terror they could never comprehend, and they took us in without question. Chloe never spoke again. She lives in a world of soft walls and quiet rooms, forever humming her tuneless song. Liam was declared missing, presumed lost in the wilderness. They searched for weeks. They found the abandoned campsite. They found the shredded tent. They found my flashlight. They never found a body. I moved away. I sold my camping gear. I live in the heart of the city now, surrounded by the noise and the light and the press of humanity. I need the noise. I can't stand the quiet. Because in the quiet, I can still hear it. The snap of a twig. The whisper in the pines. The soft, wet, tearing sound. And I remember the words of the old man at the gas station. Not much out there but trees and quiet. Too quiet, for some. He wasn't just making small talk. He was giving a warning. Some places are quiet because everything in them is hiding. Some places are quiet because they are waiting.